City Council work meeting to order to discuss the budget, specifically capital improvements and water and sewer rates for the upcoming year. I believe Clerk Royal is on. Clerk Royal, would you please call the roll, including council members and staff?
Certainly. Mayor Morrow?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Gearbaugh?
Present.
Councilmember Seal?
Present.
Councilmember Mitchell?
Here.
Councilmember Dillon?
Here.
Councilmember Del Orco?
Here.
Councilmember Camaro Sulek?
Here.
City staff, I don't see City Manager Campbell as of yet.
No, he is going to be absent from both meetings this evening, much like myself. He is dealing with a flooded basement, so he will not be with us for either the work meeting or the regular meeting.
All right.
Sorry, Todd.
City Engineer DPW Director Fordyce?
Here.
I don't believe Steve Wygoski is here yet. Treasurer Bennett?
Present.
Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director Green?
Here.
Police Chief Hart?
Here.
Parks and Rec Director Scruggs?
Here. Mr. Wygowski is now present. I just admitted him.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
The record will reflect he's in attendance. Thank you, Clerk Royal. A quorum is present this evening. Just to note for my colleagues' benefit, once we get to the discussion portion of tonight's agenda, I'll turn it over to the city treasurer who will give an overview on capital improvements, perhaps along with our DPW director, and then talk about water and sewer rates. When we open it up for questions, if you have questions about either of those items or anything else pertaining to the proposed 2020-2021 budget, we would welcome those. Again, the idea is that at the conclusion of tonight's work meeting, we have consensus so that we can make the appropriate motions at our regular meeting and then move to approve the proposed budget at our upcoming meeting on, I believe, June the 1st. So at this time, the chair would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as submitted. Mayor Pro Tem Gearbaugh, would you move?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Councilwoman Dillon, would you second?
Yes.
Very good. It's been properly moved and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Gearbaugh and Councilwoman Dillon to approve the agenda as submitted. Hearing no additional comments. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, and the motion carries unanimously. There are no absences this evening, so we'll proceed to public comments. Under the Open Meetings Act, any citizen may come forward at this time, make comment or question on an item that appears on this agenda. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Anyone who would like to speak is requested but not required to state his or her name and address for the record. Again, if you're a member of the public and you're joining us this evening, we welcome you. You can type your comments in the comment section at the bottom of the screen. You'll see a little icon that says chat. Please note that, or please type in that your statements, questions, or concerns are for the public comment period. And once they're submitted, they will be read for council's benefit and preserved as part of the public record. We'll give folks a few minutes to type, but I will ask Clerk Royal, Terry, did we receive any comments or questions pertaining to the budget, capital improvements, or water and sewer rates in advance of tonight's meeting? You're muted, Terry. Clerk Royal, are you there?
I'm sorry, I was trying to admit people. I did not receive any comments as of yet.
Very good, thank you. Again, if you'd like to provide some public comments, questions, or concerns, feel free to type them in at this time. One last call. The record will reflect that there are no public comments. So we will transition to the discussion portion of tonight's agenda. First up is capital improvements, water and sewer rates, and the proposed 2020-2021 budget. Treasurer Bennett, would you like to begin?
Sure. So what we have submitted, and I apologize if I misunderstood what we were going to be discussing tonight, but what we submitted for discussion tonight is a recap of the FY21 budget, and then we also submitted water and sewer projects and stuff like that. The streets projects in the regular capital improvement plan we did not submit at this time. Figured we would submit what we really needed to focus on tonight for the resolution that will be on the agenda, and then the budget coming on Monday. So included in your packet was a letter just kind of reviewing where we started with this budget before COVID-19, what we have changed, and we tried to list that out so that, through everything we've discussed through the past, a month of discussions and work meetings, and where we currently are. We also included in this budget, we made the changes that we discussed at our last council meeting, removing the contract HR position and making that a full-time position, as well as a deputy chief position. We have both of those positions being like a July 1st start date, because if we were to start the process now for hiring to get someone on board by July 1st, seems like a pretty reasonable. So those are included for the full year, except for the deputy chief, which we put in August. So those, when we talked last week, we had a bigger fund balance, but we did include those two positions, which takes us down to the fund balance in our existing budget of the bottom line there, $68,208. We did also I know last week I was asked if I had any more projections from the state of Michigan about their revenue. And I did get a inside the 208 with an updated listing, and we're very, very close, and that is on our constitutional. So I feel very comfortable with our projections. Now they are still talking about even making some adjustments to the statutory, which we may need to readdress, but we have some wiggle room in our fund balance. So I think if we can address the questions, if we can just kind of vary from the way that the mayor had the agenda, if we can address the questions on the budget, and then I'll turn it over to Joanne, who has been working on the water and sewer rates. We, again, with these water and sewer rates, when we're doing a street project, and Jeff has been busy preparing the proposal for street projects and then deciding, we're going to do the utility rate. So it's been an ongoing conversation between Jeff and a lot of work between Jeff and Joanne trying to pull the capital improvements. But I think we're pretty set on that, and we can talk about the utility rates and how we came up with them and what projects are included for this year's impact. And then as we progress through the next couple of months, as council has discussions in reference to the wastewater treatment plan and where we go from there, those projects will be added on to our future years. So I think at that time, if this time, how would you like to proceed?
I think that was an excellent recommendation, Treasurer Bennett. Let's start with questions pertaining to the budget and some of the capital improvement documents that you submitted. We'll do 5 minutes for each council member, starting in the reverse order of our last meeting. So I will begin with Councilmember Kamara-Sulak and end with Mayor Pro Tem Gearbaugh. At the conclusion of this round of questions, we'll yield the floor to Joanne so she can talk about the proposed water and sewer rates for the upcoming fiscal year. So Councilmember Kamara-Sulak, you have 5 minutes if you have questions pertaining to the proposed budget.
Yes, thank you. Mickey Jo, are there any, I don't really see any major changes.
Nope, nothing other than what we've talked about through the meetings are the only changes. I pulled up my notes after my introductions. We're within $1,500 on our estimate for this year's cut for the FY21 compared to what the state published today as actual. So I feel comfortable with that number.
Okay, and we've spent a lot of time on it, and it's become pretty clear. Any modifications will happen in November, or for the budget, any budget amendments?
I'm gonna target, and we have we have an audit this year. Our audit is usually in September, which is a pretty big time effort. But I think in September, the end of September, 1st of October, we should be able to discuss any amendments, and we'll have a really good feel on how some of our first, the impact of how the economy is going to impact our state revenue. So I'm going to go out on a limb and be recorded saying that we will have a budget amendment by the first meeting in October.
Okay. Well, considering what we know and what we can't forecast, with COVID and the market, I don't have anything else to belabor what, what we can expect. I think we're doing the best we can with the knowledge. My only small questions would be, regarding, as we discussed before, the Recplex opening and those programs, but it seems like that is subject to day by day, week by week. So I don't have any other questions at this time. Thank you for all your hard work, you and Joanne.
Thank you. So
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, please.
just to point out on the rec center right now, the amounts that we from the general fund would contribute aren't at this point because of Carla's fund balance. That shouldn't change our general fund that we're discussing tonight. But we are going to closely monitor that, and I think by October we'll have a very good feel about her budget amendments as well.
Right. As much as I hope that she doesn't have to tap into that, that does give me some sense of security, knowing that we have that. So, thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kamara Sulek. Councilmember Delorco, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Marl. Mickey Joe, I was hoping you could, just for the benefit of my own edification, clarify the difference between the statutory versus the constitutional revenue sharing at the state level. And is it a cumulative total of both of those that make up the 12.3% decline, or is it just the constitutional?
So just the constitutional is the 12.3% that we impacted. The statutory, I have such a problem with that. That is based on, well, they've done a couple different things with that over the years, but right now it used to be the EBIP under Governor Snyder, where there were certain things we had to do to be able to be eligible for that money. We had to present a plan for sharing services and things like that. And then there are still some requirements that we do have to meet to be eligible for that, including, and Joanne prepares the report, but it includes being transparent, making sure that we publish certain things online. And Joanne, what are some of the other qualifications that we need for that?
We have to provide a debt schedule, all our debt that's outstanding throughout all the funds. We need to give them like a 3-year projected budget for the general fund, at least 3 years for the general fund. And what are the things? There's a dashboard where there's certain criteria that we critique ourselves on, if we improve or stay the same or get worse. And so there's a couple of different categories that we report on. So there's a little dashboard that reflects movement on certain criteria that we're judged on. The debt schedules, like a 3-year budget projection, and then what they call a citizen's guide, which is basically our financials. And it looks, at different components of our financials and how we've changed from year to year. So there's like 3 components to it was called EVIPS, it's the CVTRS. That's how we have to submit it by December 1st in order to get all the 6 payments. If we're late, we like forego one of the payments depending on how late we go into the year before we report it. But we've always reported on time.
And we've always been eligible. But I know that at the revenue hearings that the state had, they said that at this time, these were the cuts, but until they had a better feel for it, there could be some discussions on the other piece.
Okay, so at this time, we're not expecting any changes from the statutory component.
No. So the statutory component that the state published today is $1,334 higher than what we budgeted. So it gives us a little bit of wiggle room.
Okay. All right. So my next question is, since we have added the deputy chief position and removed the HR consultant to a FTE position, full-time HR manager, how are we able to accommodate those additional add-ins without making any additional cuts? I'm confused if there were other things that were omitted to allow us to do that, or did we find money from somewhere else to make that possible?
No, we, last week when we were talking, we had a fund balance of closer to, I think it was 300 and some thousand. We had the 65,000 already in there, so that, you know, kind of helped. We took that out. We just reduced what we had a projected fund balance as. We didn't
Okay.
have additional cuts.
Okay, very good. All right, I'll say that I'm really proud of this budget, and I'm so grateful for all the hard work that everyone has done here, particularly Mickey, Joe, and Joanne. This is a voluminous amount of work. But aside from the one sticking point that I've made on several occasions with respect to the merit steps and the non-union concessions there, in the amount of $30,000, I'm in really good shape to move forward with this budget. And I don't want to be hung up on that one issue because it's a relatively small amount of money when we consider the whole budget. And if I'm the only one that's griping about it, I guess it's not important enough to be hung up on for too much longer. So I don't have any further questions at this time.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Delorco. Appreciate that. Councilwoman Mitchell, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mickey Joe. Thank you, Joanne. I guess I don't have any questions about the budget. I too feel good. I feel like it's a budget I can support. I had a resident contact me about the road millage. Is that a question you want me to ask now, or do you want me to stick to my CIP questions?
Nope, road millage is fine.
Okay, so a resident wrote me and said, hey, when we have the road millage, does that go on top of what the city was spending, or are we just spending the road millage itself?
Okay, so that's, I'm not exactly not exactly sure of the question precisely, but
Okay.
let me give you how we operate it.
Sure.
We receive funds from Act 51 and all of our additional street funds that are restricted to the street maintenance and repair. We levied an additional 1 mil that goes directly to streets. So that's above and beyond what we were receiving, and it is restricted for streets. And in the ballot language, it said the right of way and anything in that. So it is above and beyond on top of that. And then we also have the $500,000 that we get from Washtenaw County that is also restricted for strictly street repairs. So I think that might answer your question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it absolutely does. That was my feeling, but I need to check with, the folks who know all things budget first. And then I guess more of a forecasting plan about the capital improvement. Sorry, a forecasting question about the capital improvement plan. When I look, I'm paying close attention to the wastewater treatment plant. So for folks who are following at home, I'm looking at page 13 of this packet, and I want to ask a question about SAW projects, Mickey Joe.
Okay.
So this is a good plan. It takes us, quite far ahead. Have we done any forecasting as far as, we're looking at a new wastewater treatment plant or replacing parts, modular. So what kind of happens to this as that happens? What happens to these projects and this money?
To the SAW projects, and I think I might, I'm gonna volley this to Joanne so she can start unmuting herself, but the SAW projects so overall the SAW projects also included some wastewater treatment items as well. Most of the projects that we have included in the documents that you're looking at are for the lines that are gonna have to be done anyway. So I believe, and Joanne, correct me if I'm wrong, whatever improvements we make to the wastewater treatment plant, or building a new one, whatever council decides, will be above and beyond those projects. Now, there could be some pieces in those projected projects out further, but the ones in this fiscal year are strictly distribution lines and things like that, or next fiscal year, that are the east belt that has to be taken care of no matter what we do with the plant. Am I correct, Joanne?
Yes. Yeah, on that page 13, it's, the soil projects are broken out into 3 pieces. The wastewater treatment plant is that first section. Then the wastewater collection, that's the sewer mains. That gets done regardless of what we do with the wastewater treatment plant. So
Okay.
in the rate study, I'm only accounting for the wastewater collection projects.
Okay.
Right, at this point, because we don't know what we're doing with the wastewater treatment plant, so I'm not building anything into the rate study. There's nothing planned for FY21 for the wastewater treatment plant outside of just normal operating maintenance, not
Right.
any big capital improvement projects.
So I'm so sorry, Ms. McDonough, if I can clarify, I wasn't talking about the rates at this point, but I'm looking at page 13 at the SAW projects. So for
Right.
example, in 2026, right? So if we started building a new plant in 2021, I think they said it would take a number of years to complete. So would we still need to replace digester number 3 cover replacement in 2026, which is one
Right,
of
that's what I'm
the,
saying. Yeah, that's the wastewater treatment plant. Those projects, those are up in the air, depending
see.
on the decisions that's made with the, so yeah, those are still pending.
so part of our work when we're looking at a new wastewater treatment plant or replacing significant parts of it are going to be seeing, you know, the chain reaction of things that happen with these future CIP projects. Is that correct?
Correct. The decisions that you make regarding the plant itself will definitely affect those projects.
Mm-hmm. And I just want to highlight to anybody that's listening, you know, the previous page in this packet, page 12, talks about fiscal year 2021, in which, you know, we're investing just at the very beginning, what, 7.3, almost 7.4 $100,000. We're spending like $700,000 on new equipment, and then there's a whole separate line item for wastewater collection, and all of these things are going to help the city and our good investments in infrastructure. So I don't have any other questions. I just wanted to make those 2 comments.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Seal, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mickey Joe, is there included in the budget anything for the current organizational review staff study that's ongoing? That I found that the draft that we received to be very voluminous, and it's hard to suss out of that what would be an increase in wages and what would be either a continuation of current wages or even a lowering, well, not that we lower any rates, but maybe some of the future steps might be lower than what they are now. Is there anything in the budget to accommodate for that?
For the compensation study.
The compensation study,
Just wanted to make sure we're on the same page.
right?
No, not really at this time. There isn't.
Okay, so,
Other than what we have left as a fund balance, I guess, potentially for this fiscal year.
okay. All right, that's my key question. Do you have any idea at all, if we were to fully implement that compensation study, what it would cost in terms of employee wages?
It's the way that the compensation study that we are doing, it's pretty much a revamp of the way that we compensate our employees meaning making it more performance-based.
Right.
So it's hard to say what that impact would be until you actually start seeing how the performance of each employee is.
Yeah.
So on the overall, when we got the big picture of it, and one of the, I think our employees, for the most part, in general, are where we need to be.
Okay.
Starting and bringing people in, there are some question, and we need to maybe make some adjustments there for new hires. So that's why both of these positions that we've included in the budget are not at what would typically have been
Froze out.
level.
Somebody froze out.
So we put them in kind of where we thought they would fall within the compensation study, the results we have. So
Okay.
I think we're in good shape for that. I think it's really going to boil down on the evaluations, because that's really how it changes and is impacted.
Very good. That's the only question I had, Your Honor.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Seal. Councilwoman Dillon, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you again for providing the chart. It made it much easier to kind of see where we're at. I do have a couple of quick questions. One, I'm going to start with for the police chief. And we've taken out your new officer because we've also removed out the COPS grant. At this point, are you comfortable with having that removed, or would you rather see it as a placeholder? I know you were, last I think we spoke, you said you were kind of trying to finagle that without the SRO position in place for a head count. So I wasn't sure where that stood. And if it's easier to leave it in, like I said, as a line item and take it out in the future if we were not to utilize it, or from an accounting standpoint, if it's easier to budget amend it back in.
Can everyone hear me okay? Because my screen's going kind of nuts here.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'd leave that question to Mickey Joe. I think probably from my perspective, to take it out and then possibly look at a budget amendment if we're successful in getting the grant, and then I can try to get some answers to some of the questions that we all had. Can we, receive the grant and still not meet the 15-person sworn staffing levels? So if I can, once we get a notification, if we are successful in the grant, and kind of have some time to look at that, and then I can come to council and we can kind of take a fresh look. Maybe with a couple months under our belt, we might have a clear understanding on how this COVID-19 is going to affect us.
Chief, do you know when to anticipate the award of that position?
They originally said late spring, early summer.
So we should be finding out soon.
Yeah, but again, this was, I think, what was the submission date, the deadline, I think was around March 12th.
Yeah.
So it was right before the COVID-19 pandemic hit, so they could be backlogged as well. But I don't know if you're in agreement with how to handle that, Mickey Joe, or not, but.
Yeah, I think so at this time.
Okay. My question was that I don't want to look like, okay, yep, we've got this great balanced budget, and then come back in 6 months and say, hey, you know what, now we need to amend all these things. And so it sort of looks like we're sort of playing a shell game with money.
Sure.
And so I just want to make sure that this is the normal course of business of how it's done. So thank you for that. So just so I can clarify, the initial, this would be for Mickey Joe, what we initially had put in for the HR consultant, the 65,000, I believe, that's now been upped to the 105. Is that, am I reading that correct?
For a full-time position.
So that's for the position. Do we also somewhere have a line item as to like recruiters, outside placement services, anything like that for these positions?
Like a personnel search?
Right.
Yeah, there is a line item in the administration budget 101172 called personnel search.
Okay, I wasn't sure whether that was like a general one or if that was for a certain position, if it's just a sum of money that we can just use for whichever.
Yeah, it's general.
Okay, thank you for that. The only other thing I had a question about was there's a thing that says add park/trees expenses. It looks like it's been removed.
Yeah, well, it's decreasing from our balance because those expenses, when we were pulling the street projects in, or sorry, when Jeff was reviewing his numbers and looking through the budget, we realized that there were some expense lines that didn't get populated. So it's decreasing our fund balance because we had to put in those expenses that got missed somehow.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then the only other question I have goes back to the CIP, and it's the same page I believe that Ms. Mitchell was talking about. My pages are not numbered, but it talks about the West Belt sewer improvements, and that's at 2026 with a question mark. So what would happen should we end up doing some sort of annexation? Where does that fall into play? Because we would have to improve the West Belt as part of that project. So would we just reshuffle the deck at that point and find dollars for that type of a project?
I believe so. Jeff or Steve, Jeff, do you have an answer for that?
Certainly, any annexations to the west will require upgrades to the West Belt. That was an integral part of the negotiation with Andalina Farms. And hopefully, if we do proceed with any sort of annexation, there's a similar, financial arrangement where the developer is paying a good chunk of that. But yeah, the CIP is, it's a guidance document, it's a planning document. It helps us look ahead and see, there are some big dollar things coming up and start making plans for those, but we can move items around within there. Obviously, there could be financing impacts or rate impacts associated with that.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because I want to make sure that we're not talking out both sides of our mouth about this, that if we're still looking at actively pursuing annexation, then we would need to be able to accommodate for the West Belt improvements too. So by pushing out to 2026, that's basically taking annexation off the table right now, unless it was fully funded by a developer.
Or mostly funded by a developer. I mean, we had the numbers figured out for Andalina Farms to make that possible. And that was not 100% funding by the developer. It was a very significant percentage, very high percentage, but we can move projects and funds around and make that happen as necessary.
Okay, I appreciate it. And then my last question very quickly is for Mr. Wygowski. I know one of the things we had talked about was earmarking additional funds for RBCs to make sure that if any of those additional units that have not been rehabbed were to go down, we would have money sort of in place and ready to go. Are you comfortable where we're at with the CIP as far as the timing for that?
Yeah, so we just got eight brand new RBCs, and we're starting those up tomorrow. There's a total of 18. There's a couple that were new 4 years ago. We've sent 5 back to the manufacturer to see the rebuild price, which should be significantly less expensive than new units. And then we have enough money in there for 2 to 3 rebuilds or purchases each year moving forward.
Okay.
So I'm fairly comfortable with that, yes.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Mayor Pro Tem Gearbaugh, you have 5 minutes.
Thanks again, Joanne and Mickey Joe. I think you've done an excellent job as you do every year. My review is kind of for the chief. If he could help me again, when we were talking about the COPS grant, wasn't there a certain number of officers you had to have to meet the requirements of that grant?
Yes, sir. So can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So when we submitted the grant, our staffing level was at 15 sworn. That's what we were authorized to have. So if we fall below that, we may not be able to accept the grant. So that's where our questions come into play is if the government approves the grant for us and we have to sustain that level, then that becomes problematic for us. We would have to hire at least one additional person, and we would backfill that SRO position, so to speak, the position itself, not per se the SRO.
So if we hire the deputy chief position now as a new position, and were to fill the open police officer position, would we then be qualified enough to receive the COPS grant?
I think we would still have to hire one more. I put my glasses on to see my photo board, my org chart over there, but I feel that we would be one shy still.
So losing the SRO position is still an issue
Yes,
with the count?
yeah.
Okay. Because what I was going to say is hopefully if we had put the money towards the deputy chief and then could take the money that was put towards the HR consultant for another police position and qualify for a third position, that would be money well spent.
Yeah.
But it sounds like we wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, and again, I think that we can't be the only community that is going through these types of issues. So I'm hoping that there will be some give and take with our federal partners on this, and it can't hurt to ask. But I appreciate you trying to find a way to get to the 15 for sure.
Well, my disappointment is that we're putting money towards a administrative position when we're potentially vulnerable by having an open police position and then losing a COPS grant position that if we had those positions filled would be a better opportunity for us to have 3 more, would basically put 3 officers on the street in addition to the existing positions we currently have. I'm not sure how the public's going to perceive that, but I would perceive it better the way with having our safety in place. And again, I'm concerned that we have given up a DPW position for another administrative position. My concern, and I wish we would vote on the HR position as a separate motion instead of having it buried into the overall budget, because from my perspective, we're giving up 2 staff positions, namely a police officer position and a DPW position that would support, in a COVID situation, the backup and the additional support we need for our online services that we are required to provide to protect public health and safety. And because we already have an HR role in place and we have a labor attorney in place, I still do not understand this move for an HR consultant. And it's going to be very hard to support this budget with that position in here. I've debated this back and forth, and I know where council would go for it, but I still feel that we have higher priorities and we need to save funds. But if we're going to spend them on an HR consultant when the required needs of the community are more in other areas, I think it's a wrong decision at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Bennett, I do have a question sticking on the HR manager's position. And, you know, and I think I communicated this to City Council via email. But in the spirit of cooperation and compromise, I'm willing to support that position in the budget. I think that it would tangibly benefit the organization, much like Mayor Pro Tem Gearbaugh. I'm not as passionate about that as other members. And if it was just Brian Marl making budgetary decisions, I might allocate those dollars in a different direction. But I am willing to support that position in the 2020-2021 budget. And I think I've spoken to a few of my colleagues about this, and I'm not asking for an answer this evening, Mickey Joe, but perhaps you can connect with Todd and report back at one of our upcoming meetings. But assuming the budget is adopted and we have funds for an HR manager position, then the responsibilities that the administrative assistant to the city manager currently has would be transferred to that position. And by Ms. Getzman's own estimate, she's spending between 60 and 70% of her time on HR related issues. So with no disrespect to her, she's a phenomenal employee. We can't justify the benefits and the salary of an FTE if her workload is reduced by 60 to 70%. So I had a conversation with the clerk about this last week about perhaps a restructuring and moving those additional non-HR responsibilities to the assistant city clerk. But I'd like that to be evaluated and reported back at our next meeting because I think that could also generate a little bit of cost savings. Does that make sense, Treasurer Bennett?
Yes, and we will, I'll have to have that discussion with city manager.
Again, it's not personal towards any of our employees. It's just the reality is if you're removing 70% of somebody's responsibilities, I can't justify that position. And so a restructuring is in order, in my judgment. Well, thank you all. Ms. Bennett, did you want to turn it over to, or did you want to make a brief comment and then turn it over to Deputy Treasurer McDonough to talk about water and sewer rates?
No, I think we should just move ahead.
Okay, so everybody's got the memo. I'm sure it confused some of you. I laid out two scenarios. Basically, the rate study just takes into consideration all expenditures in the water and sewer funds. So your salaries, your fringes, professional services, supplies, and then it focuses on your capital improvement items, your equipment purchases. Each item in the budget is assigned to either a bill charge, an RTS charge, and your consumption charge. Most of the capital improvements roll into consumption. So that is a direct hit when you're building your rate study. There's, in both funds, there are restricted capital reserves that we could use to offset some of the cost, but per resolution, we're trying to maintain certain balances in those restricted funds. So we're limited to how much we can use to offset user fees. So in the proposals, I'm proposing bonding for some of the capital improvements. This year, FY20, we were supposed to have a small SAW project start and then wrap up in FY21 the East Belt South portion of the SAW project. Well, that's not getting done, so everything's getting moved out. And in the FY20 budget, there was a bond to fund those two pieces. So in addition to those two pieces, we are now in conjunction with some of the street projects that we're hoping to get done in 21 and 22. We're going to take advantage of the streets being torn up to make improvements to the water and sewer lines. That additional cost is increasing my proposal for the bond. It would raise the 1.5 million that was in the original FY20 budget to 2.3 for sewer and $1 million for water. And in the memos that I sent out, there are comparisons as to, without bonding, to offset the cost and the user fees, or to charging the users for those projects directly. An average user uses between 12 to 18,000 gallons of water a quarter. Based on, let's see, if you can go to page 9, it shows kind of a breakdown on different usage levels and how much of an impact you would see on your bill with the bond funding and without. So if you go to, if everyone can find page 9, it'll show that the average user, it'll be $6.80 a quarter. If we choose.
I'm so sorry. My pages on the printouts, they're not numbered. So I think I just want to make sure that I'm on the right page.
Okay, it's page 4 of 5 in the memo.
Pardon?
It's page 4 of 5 from
Perfect.
the memo.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at the page number from the agenda packet. But it is on page 4 of 5 is just a breakdown of all the different changes in a bill based on the usage and the meter size. In the past, we've always used an average usage of 18 to depict a normal resident average with average usage. So with the bond funding for these the SWA projects in the sewer fund, and then the street projects, the utility projects that are being done with street projects and water and sewer, I'm proposing, using bonds to help offset some of the cost. So the average user would expect to see a $6.80 increase in their quarterly bill with bond funding to help offset the cost, or otherwise it's more like $50 a quarter if you were to use just some of the restricted reserves and then the others going directly to user fees. So I guess the decision would be, do we move forward with the projects? And again, none of this is the wastewater treatment plant. It's the sewer collection system that's going to be done regardless of whatever happens to the wastewater treatment plant. So we can either do, different levels of funding, bond funding to help offset these costs, or don't do the projects at all. And then I can just rework these numbers without some of those projects. If you go back to, there was that sheet which listed the SAW projects, not in the rate study, but a component of the SAW projects is the stormwater collection, which is in the general fund. And that has 3 projects that by now should have occurred in FY20, 21, and 22 that we keep pushing out. So some of the bonding that we're doing for water and sewer, we might want to look at, capturing something to help offset the cost in the general fund for stormwater. So there's projects that have to be decided how we move forward with, and how we want to fund these projects, if it's through rates, if it's through bonding, combination of bonding and restricted reserves and rates. So that's my proposal, is just giving you the two different scenarios.
Thank you, Joanne. Treasurer Bennett, remind me, when would we need to establish water and sewer utility rates? You're muted.
June 1st. But are you still? Yeah.
They'd have to be established on June 1st?
Yeah, actually, this draft, I apologize, we are behind, because technically tonight would have been you adopting the rates. And then it would be in the General Appropriations Act, which you would be approving on the 1st.
So there's no possibility of delaying it beyond the 1st?
No, well, because it determines what sales number I put in the budget to, capture the expenses, what projects go into the budget. That's going to be approved on June 1st.
Okay. Well, let's do this then. I probably won't, as I indicated to my colleagues earlier this evening, I probably won't make it through the end of the meeting, but we only have a few minutes before we have to reconvene into regular session. Mayor Pro Tem Gearbaugh, I would request, and I'll make the motion when we get to our regular meeting, but I would amend the discussion portion of the agenda for the regular meeting to include water and sewer rates as a discussion, because again, we've got about 10 minutes before we have to convene into regular session. So I'll probably do one round of questions and maybe get one question per council member. But ideally, we'd like to see about getting consensus tonight so we can draft the appropriate and corresponding motion for our meeting on June 1st. Okay. So we literally have time for like one question, but again, this will be added as a discussion item at the conclusion of our regular meeting. Councilmember Kamara Sulek, do you have a question?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Councilmember Del Orco?
Just quickly, at face value, it would be most attractive to bond the project and keep the impact to the users at a minimum without delving deeper. But obviously, there's questions there with, will that affect our ability to bond anything with respect to the wastewater treatment plant in the near future? I just have reservations about giving them a rate hike as much as $50 and then turning around and having to do it substantively again in another few years or even another year or two. So that's my only concern at this time.
Very good, thank you. Councilman Mitchell, do you have a question?
I'm going to use my time to make a statement about the HR position and what was said by Councilmember Gearbaugh and yourself. The reason why we're hiring an HR person is because we need somebody qualified to make these decisions. We just finished a failed search for a city engineer and city DPW director. We still seem to have an assistant DPW director. So talk about both sides of your mouth. We can spend our money a lot of ways. HR is going to save us money in the long run. Thank you.
Okay, again, I am asking for questions reference the water and sewer rates. Councilman Seo, do you have a question?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, Councilwoman Dillon. You may be muted, Janet.
She can't unmute herself.
Okay, there it goes.
Yep, you're good.
Somebody was trying to unmute me at the same time. So I guess really quickly, what I'm just trying to understand is I do have the same concern I believe that Mr. Del Orco brought up, is if we were to bond now, what would that do for us in bonding for wastewater treatment plant upgrades, rehab, whatever you want to refer to it as? And then what are we looking at on a bond? Are these 20-year bonds?
Yeah, right now, it's projected to be a 20-year bond. I put in 3.5%. I'm hoping they're a little bit better than that. But yeah, once the decision's made, we can go, present it to our bond counsel, and they can just work up some, quick numbers, rough numbers, depending on, how much you want to bond for. Part of the attachment, there was a breakdown on like how much each $1 million of debt service would be for each $1 million based on 4%, 3.5%, 3%.
So, okay, I guess, and this is strictly infrastructure. It has nothing to do with, we're not bonding for the roads. It's to coordinate.
Right, just the utility portion. The roads, as we have worked out the capital improvement plan, hopefully the Act 51 money is projected to come in the way the state has, even though they've decreased it, it still gives us the proper funding with our millage to do some projects through FY24.
Okay. I guess my statement is going to probably go to Mr. Fordyce, Mr. Wygowski, whatever. I mean, I'm not sure how much longer can we actually kick this can down the road? If these are projects that were supposed to be done already, I mean, how much further out can we logistically put them before we have, significant, harm?
The East Belt project, I think, needs to proceed on the schedule that we have in the CIP at this point, particularly if we are interested in any development in that area. And we've also made a commitment to Eagle that we would complete those projects. So that has been rescheduled within the confines of our commitment to Eagle so that we could study our options there a little bit more fully before we got, before we broke ground. So yeah, those could not really be deferred any further.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm all set, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Gearbaugh, questions or comments reference the water sewer rates?
Just, Joanne, when you're talking about the obligations for our debt, are we talking both a mixture of revenue and general obligation bonds in order to fund?
We don't have any revenue bonds left. Those have all been paid off, so they're all general obligation bonds.
And so for funding the stormwater system, what type of bonds are we talking for that? Because they wouldn't be necessarily a recharged fee unless we're going to start doing that.
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure how that would progress, but because that's a general fund, that's going to be benefiting the general fund. So I don't know if that would just be a general obligation bond or not.
I mean, my approach has been, and I think it's been a long-term approach, is that the bonding approach is the best because you're passing the costs along to the users of the system, and generally the users of the system are over a period of 50, 75, or even 100 years now. So the fact that you don't want to necessarily put all the charges on top of the current users is the best approach, and it reduces the aspect of soaking it to the ones that may not be actually using the water 50 years from now. So I'm fine with the plan that says as it's approached. And I do know as we move forward, we'll go into more detail as to dealing with our wastewater treatment plant expansion and so forth. but I think the projects as identified in the SAW and what we've got going forward need to be done. And as soon as we get those into place and where we can afford it, and since rates are low, it's time to do it now.
We're hoping.
Thank you, Mr. Gearbaugh. I think your statement was perfect, and it mirrors my position exactly, which is now is the ideal time to bond. I'm also mindful of the fact, and I think I've said this at every meeting since March, that you know, our residents and our business owners are suffering. And so anything we can do to keep costs down, I think is really critical during these these challenging times. So Joanne, you know, just for the record, one more time, with bonding, the average utility user's bill would increase what, approximately $6, did you say?
$6, yeah, depending on the actual usage. So anywhere between $7.10 and $8.80, yeah.
And remind the public, without the bonding, what would the increase be?
About $36 to $50, depending on your usage.
So that is
$50.
that is a significant difference. And again, when times are lean and people are suffering, they've been laid off, they've been furloughed, they've seen their wages evaporate. You know, I think we need to be cognizant and sympathetic of that, and recognize their plight when we approve the water and sewer rates for the upcoming year at our next meeting. So I appreciate your work on this, and I support the approach of bonding. One last thing on water and sewer rates. Mickey, Joe, and Mr. Wygowski, you may recall this, but when we met on site with the executives from American Soil last year, we indicated to them that we would contact them to let them know when this issue was voted upon in 2020. Treasurer Bennett, can you sometime later this week get in contact with our friends at American Soil to make them aware of this change?
Absolutely, Mayor. We did, we are running the numbers to see exactly what the impact is going to be for them. And then I will send them that information for their review and let them know that it'll be at the June 1st council meeting.
Very good.
About that last week as well. So thanks for the reminder.
Yeah, and if you recall from our conversation, we made it clear that they might not agree with council's decision, but as a prominent member of our business community, we owed it to them to notify them in advance so that they could come and comment or correspond with council members to share their insights. So very good. Thank you for following up on that. Yep. It is, let me see. I have 6:58. So if there's nothing further, council, I'm sorry, did someone say something?
I did, Mayor. There is one public comment. Did you want to have it read?
It's a public comment related to the budget and water sewer rates?
Yeah.
Yeah, that deviates somewhat from normal protocol, but since we have a few minutes, please go ahead and read it.
I just wanted to let you know there is a delay between what we're doing on this Zoom and Facebook. So it's from Todd Gertis, and he has a question for Jeff Fordyce. The Maple Road Clark to Library project was originally scheduled for fiscal year 20 with a $510,000 expenditure. When and why was it postponed to fiscal year 22 budget?
So we just talked about that. There was one was we were waiting for a grant, a possible street grant that we did not get. So we were pushing the timing to allow that process to go through. And then we, within the confines of our commitment to Eagle, decided to further study our East Belt options and move that project to the following year. I'm not exactly sure what the $510,000, that may be just the pavement item, but that will then occur in conjunction with the sewer project.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Fordyce. Were there additional comments or questions from Mr. Gertis, Clerk Royal?
Nope, that's the only one I received.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Gearbaugh, you had a comment?
Yeah, just a clarification, Jeff, does that mean we won't be doing anything to the road surface at all this coming year? Or I thought you were talking about some kind of workaround at one point.
Yeah, we are. We're right in the middle of investigating some sort of low-cost, extensive patching retrofit, something that we can do to improve the ride quality on a short-term basis.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there's nothing further, Councilmember Del Orco, would you be amenable to moving that we adjourn at 6:59 p.m.?
Yes.
Very good. And Councilwoman Mitchell, would you second that?
Yes, sir.
Very good. It's been properly moved and seconded by Del Orco and Mitchell to to adjourn at 6:59. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, and this meeting is adjourned. We'll wait just 1 minute, and then I'll convene our regular session.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Hey, I just want to let you know, I'm going to run to check the level at the dam right now while we still have some light. We opened that up earlier, but I want to make sure that we're in good shape before it gets dark.
Yep.
So I'll be back shortly.
Very good. Thank you for doing that.
Hey, Jeff,
Yep.
I have dispatch calling in a crew. Curtis is starting to spill over.
Okay.
So I'm glad Steve's going to check the dam, and then we'll check Mill Pond as well.
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, it is 7 p.m., so I'll call this Saline City Council meeting, to order. Clerk Royal, if you're on the line, would you please call the roll, both council members and staff?
Mayor Morrow,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Gearba,
Present.
Councilmember Seal,
Present.
Councilmember Mitchell,
Present.
Councilmember Dillon,
Present.
Councilmember Del Orco,
Present.
Councilmember Camaro Sulak,
Present.
City Engineer DPW Director Fordyce,
Present.
City Treasurer Bennett,
Present.
Assistant City Manager Community Development Director Green,
Present.
Police Chief Hart,
Present.
Parks and Rec Director Scruggs,
Here.
and Steve Wygowski was here, but he left, so he'll be back.
Very good. A quorum is present. Thank you to staff and council for attending, and those members of the general public who are with us this evening, we welcome you. I will be coming to the first public comment period in just a moment. We are not able at this time to allow you to speak, but if you'd like to type in your comments or questions, you may do so at the bottom of the screen. And please indicate whether those comments are for the first public comment period, which is reserved for agenda items, or for the second public comment period, which is when you're free to discuss any local issues that you feel passionately about. At this time, we will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended. I think there will be several amendments. First will be a special presentation regarding our downtown's reopening strategy, which will immediately proceed to citizen comments on agenda items. As I indicated at our work meeting, there will be an additional discussion item, which will be water and sewer rates, so we can get consensus and have the appropriate motion on the agenda for June 1st. I also believe, and we can deal with this when we get to the consent agenda, but from an email that was sent a couple hours ago, I believe that Councilmember Del Orco wanted to remove bills to discuss at least one bill payment. Were there other additions or changes to the agenda this evening?
Your Honor, this is Kristen Mitchell.
Please.
I would like to please have the resolution broken out and read either at the reports and announcements or as its own action item, please.
And is that resolution C-20-68?
I don't know. I'm not looking at the right page of my agenda. It's regarding Pride Month.
Yep, very good. We can
Yep.
actually deal with that when we get to the consent portion of the agenda, but I appreciate the heads up.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. So if there's nothing further, then the Mayor Morrow will move to approve the agenda as amended. Councilwoman Dillon, would you second that?
Yes, I will.
You may be muted, Janet.
No, yes, I will second.
Very good. It's been properly moved and seconded by Mayor Morrow and Councilmember Dillon to approve the agenda as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, and the motion carries unanimously. There are no absences this evening, so we will proceed to the one and only presentation this evening, which is a downtown reopening strategy. And I believe we have both Holly Andrews, the Executive Director of Saline Main Street, and Jill Durnan, the Board Chair of Saline Main Street, with us. The clerk may unmute both of them. And I'll also note for the public record that earlier today, some supplemental materials were emailed out to you that I received from Holly Andrews. They were provided via the clerk. And in the coming days, there might be some additional documents forwarded to you as well. So with that, I will turn it over to Holly Andrews and Jill Dernan. I believe they need to be unmuted, Terry.
I'm working.
Hey, everybody. How are you tonight? Thank you so much for having us. I'll keep this as brief as possible. We are proposing, Saline Main Street is proposing a plan to create recovery zones and support the downtown businesses during in the wake of COVID-19 and the pandemic. I have found the city to be incredibly helpful lately. Thank you so much for all your support. What we are doing is proposing a plan to close Ann Arbor Street on Saturdays to vehicular traffic. Next month, let businesses and restaurants utilize the roadway as added square footage for seating and an open air market to serve customers while better adhering to social distancing standards. We are proposing to take a look at some of the parallel parking along Ann Arbor Street during the week to perhaps extend the sidewalk and activate the sidewalk, increasing it out to the edge of the parallel parking spaces along Ann Arbor Street to create parklets and increase seating, and then have Saturdays in Saline where we close Ann Arbor Street, allow an open air market, more square footage for the businesses, the restaurants, and the retail to have open air market and restaurant seating, as well as support more space for the farmers market. The idea to close Ann Arbor Street on Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. was floated after Governor Whitmer released her phased plan to reopen Michigan's economy. Our plan is a framework advancing through the phases. It will depend on public health data. It's based on many other cities and towns that are doing the same thing, including one of my former homes, Rockland, Maine, which is about 7,300 population, but it gets as big as Cincinnati and Tampa Bay, which is the first model that we looked at, which I shared with you. The time constraints for the proposed closure, and just really is about Saturdays in Saline. And as how the traffic will be diverted around Ann Arbor Street will follow previous Summerfest closure detours and traffic management. But since we began considering this idea, it's gotten a lot of buzz on Facebook and around town. And we want this to be a pilot, so we want this to be a plan that we look at regularly. I'm going to share now some information that helped to inform this plan for you. Okay, so let's see if I can do this right. So share, host disabled, attendee screen sharing. Is there any way that I can share my screen with you? Or is that not possible?
It's possible, but you're asking the wrong person. Perhaps the city treasurer or the city clerk could assist our Main Street director. Ladies, are you still on the meeting?
Yes.
Great.
I don't know how to do that.
Oh, okay. I
So
apologize.
is it the information?
It is mostly the information that I did send. So if I can't share, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to call your attention to certain documents.
Okay.
Do you all have that stuff in front of you?
Some probably do, Holly, some probably do not.
Okay.
So I'm pulling it up, Holly, and I'm going to share my screen here, what you sent, and you tell me.
That's perfect.
I have 4 pages, so you tell me what it is that you want me to go, okay?
Okay. So was one of those documents that I sent you the survey report from the public survey that we did?
No.
No.
Okay, all right. I will send that for you because that largely did inform a lot of the plan that we put together. But just really quickly, I think I'll just read for you what I have. Question 1 was, once the stay-at-home order is lifted, how long will you wait before dining out or shopping in small businesses? We had a lot of people say they will start right away. And we had probably about 38% said that, and we had about 27% say that it will be a while. But one thing we did see is that once the stay-at-home order is lifted, do you think you'll feel comfortable shopping at local businesses? We had 70% say yes, and about 30% say no. I'm sure that's changed a little bit since. But one of the big ones, once the stay-at-home order is lifted, do you think you'll feel comfortable dining out? We had 385 people, about 44% say yes, and 486 or 56% say no.
Holly, if I can real quick, I apologize for interrupting, but it was my mistake. I did not send the survey results to council earlier today, but for my colleagues' benefit, I just forwarded you that message. So it will contain the attachment with all the material that Holly is now referencing. My apologies.
Okay. Well, this has happened really fast, and I think that this is sort of the thing that I want to stress is we don't have a lot of time to do what we normally do, which is plan and measure impacts. And I just talked to Brian last week about this plan and felt that June 1st it would take too long to start, launching this plan, getting us to all start thinking about a plan to reopen the downtown. So that's probably why. So that's what we're all grappling with. And I did share I shared the survey with you guys as auditors, so you probably have seen it. But anyway, would you like to see curbside service options continue? That was huge. We had 93.1% say they wanted curbside service options to continue for restaurants. And that's also showing up it's been very helpful to our retail as well. Would you expect business staff to wear face masks? 75% said yes. And there wasn't a huge plexiglass barriers. We had 42% say yes, but actually 58% say no. But it does show at 65% that customers would be willing to pay more for goods and services in businesses that implemented increased safety precautions, and also preferring limits on the number of people within smaller businesses. That was 83%. And then also more touch-free payment options. That was 85%. And then appropriate social distancing guidelines. Would you be comfortable attending large indoor events? 72% said no. So taking all these things into account, we put together goals for reopening. Some of these things have been implemented already. I have a plan with some goals that I sent around to you guys that hopefully you will get soon. But some of these things have been implemented already, and they are already being modified. So one of the things that we want to look at is no long-term parking on the street at the Four Corners. And I reached out to MDOT. I was able to speak to Laurent Fournier, a safety engineer he's somebody that I actually have had come to downtown Saline and meet with city manager Todd Campbell and Jeff Fordyce. And he said that he's very supportive of us getting creative to support business. He also said that we are 100% in charge of our parking. So what I am proposing is that at the Four Corners, all four corners are reserved for curbside. We have retail that are practicing curbside, restaurants that are practicing curbside. And because I want to propose that we close Ann Arbor Street from the parking lot behind Dan's up to the corner of Henry and South Ann Arbor Street, all curbside would either be happening behind Max. I know that that's tricky, but then along Michigan Avenue, which I think is safer anyway, because curbside comes at the car on the passenger side. And then designate employee and business owner parking. This is something that we visited with the parking study. We will go at that. Saline Main Street will really go at that full on. Regular outdoor use, the downtown farmers market and outdoor seating Saturdays, proposing that we close down Ann Arbor Street, as I said, from 8 till 8. Already the downtown farmers market was notified that people are concerned about the amount of space and social distancing, whether or not people are wearing masks or not to come to the market. This will support Jody. It will support our farmers market. It will also create not only seating, but open air markets so that even the vendors and our downtown retail are able to come out, be outside, and still provide lots more space. It's increasing the amount of space that they're providing customers as well. This is not for loitering. Any of that space is, we are doing it so that there is the ability to practice social distancing and increasing the square footage so that people are safe with 6 feet around them. Signage and sign restrictions, Saline Main Street would be helping with that, working with the city as well. Parking signage, we have our sandwich boards. We want to make wayfinding super easy. Pedestrian signage, friendly, welcoming, reminding people to be safe and healthy. And then communication, we are requesting a stronger, improved city Wi-Fi and make that a priority because we do not know how long we'll be outside of practicing this, but even knowing the public's interest in curbside continuing on beyond the pandemic, this is something that I think will help us with economic development in the future. Looking at cleaning and sanitization, Jeff Fordyce has also weighed in on this as well. These are our recommendations, and we would certainly help with them as well. Restaurant and Retail Recovery Initiative, again, that pilot program, enable the use of private sidewalks for seating or retail space, subject to landlord approval, approve parklets in the public right-of-way and or on-street parking, establish business recovery zones, street closed North and South Ann Arbor Street, Saturdays 8 to 8. Sidewalk activation, temporarily waive permit requirement and fee. That is something that we think is really important. The businesses are struggling. ADA and other access standards and guidance will apply. 6-foot separation from the backs of chairs must be met. Parklets, traffic operations would basically be unchanged. They may not use spaces designated for disabled parking. So ADA parking is not subject to this. Pop-up recovery zones. Again, this for us is the closure of Ann Arbor from Henry to Michigan Ave and then onward to the parking lot entrance at the rear of Dan's on Saturday. Closure materials will be left in place for the length of the pilot. 6 feet separation of table, chair backs required, no loitering. Intended to help restaurants, market, and retail expand capacity, not to create a gathering or a social space, even though I do think that that is something that will happen safely, but that is not the intended purpose. Governor's executive order operating requirements would apply for the general requirements for the use of outdoor space. Reservations will be required for restaurants participating in the use of expanded outdoor space. General requirements for outdoor space, use sidewalk seating and outdoor event restrictions as the guidance. No permit required during the temporary pilot. Use of tents, temporary structures have to meet safety guidelines. Tents cannot have walls, they must have open air flow. And then fire safety and the police safety, all of these things still apply. The logistics, these are the folks that will weigh in. In conclusion, these ideas are not radical. There are a lot of cities that have already done this, that have already opened. A lot have opened roadways to pedestrians and cyclists as a means to provide additional space for social distancing throughout the country. Again, Tampa, Florida, Cincinnati, Ohio, and then one of my hometowns, Rockland, Maine. Here's a picture. Oh, you can't see it, but there's a picture. I do have a drawing of what the existing businesses would look like, and I wish I could show you what it looks like for the restaurant seating in the parallel parking with the barricades. It really is, it's really doable. It really can be safe, and I think really attractive as well. So that's it in a nutshell. I know I'm asking a lot and it's quick, but I am begging you to move as quickly as possible on this because we don't have a lot of time, but it is really a pilot program that will be fluid and we will check in constantly, modify as we go along.
Very good. I appreciate your time, Holly. And actually, is Jill still on the line?
I am. I'm here just to have as support for questions.
Very good. Well, appreciate your time as well. And thank you for speaking to me last week. And more importantly, appreciate your work on this because obviously encouraging people to come downtown, to use our downtown safely and to support our existing businesses is fundamental. And I think you touched on something that's really important, Holly, which is we do need to be accommodating and flexible if some of these enterprises are going to survive and prosper in the years to come. So just one quick question for you. You indicate that you've been in communication with the city manager, so I would expect then that some subsequent action items will appear on our council agendas in the coming month, probably?
I hope so. And again, you know, this stuff is coming together really fast.
Very fluid.
And so I am here and I'm working 24/7 and I'm available and whatever you guys require or need, I will do.
Excellent. Okay, appreciate that. Well, let's do a round of questions before I excuse you, ladies. We're going to start with Councilmember Kamara Sulak and end with Mayor Pro Tem Gearbaugh. Again, if you want to make sure you're directing your questions to either Holly, or Jill, reference the proposed downtown reopening strategy. You'll each have 5 minutes, and I'll begin with Councilmember Kamara Sulak.
All right, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank Holly and Jill and everybody else who's put this plan together. Very, very thoughtful and well assembled. I can tell you put a lot of work into it. Firstly, is that information, the drawings and anything else, can you forward that to, is that something you can send to council?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll do it as soon as I get off.
Okay. It'll just help the vision. Yeah. But I think it sounds good and necessary to help support and have the safety and more people come out and patronize our businesses. I guess I need a little bit more time to process all the details of it, but I do recognize and want to move quickly on this so that we can get this moving and not delay what's getting our businesses open and back into profitability. Do you, in the other documents that you have, do you have all the items that you discussed as far as all the requirements, to abide by the executive orders, and with your discussions with the with the state, is all that in that material?
As much as I've been able to compile right now, what I'll do is I'll send this forward to you guys and hopefully can get some help from the city to fill in some of those things.
Okay. You mentioned something about the parking lot behind Max's and on that east side of South Ann Arbor Street.
So I think right now, curbside is on South Ann Arbor Street for Wally's. He has just opened to curbside. It's been really great for them. But again, it's a leap of faith. The other thing is on Saturdays, if we increase seating for them, that will help as well. But it's going to displace their curbside on Ann Arbor Street. We will have it around the corner on Michigan Avenue. But there's also behind on the parking lot behind there is some privately owned land back there that I know we would need to get permission. I am not guessing one way or the other, but that is the tricky part. We would have to be able to negotiate that.
Okay, that's an interesting thought. What about the space that is now vacant that used to be the Maureen's Flower Shop? I believe that's completely empty. Is that a possibility to see if, I know that's not a tremendous amount of space, but I'm just thinking out loud here.
I don't really know. That's owned by Praxis Properties, and I imagine that they're eager to get somebody in there. I know that, all the landowners, property owners downtown right now are being faced with either providing some sort of rent relief or a lot of tenants that are not able to keep up their rent payments. So I can definitely reach out to Tyler and Bill Kenley. But it really isn't very much space at all either. I think the thing about outside too is we are subject to the elements. So it's not a perfect, and here's the other thing. Remember, everybody, these guys have really until September or October, and the weather's going to start to turn cold again. We don't know where we're going to be at with the pandemic when this happens. People are going to be fried. They'll have worked really hard all summer. They got to make as much money as they can right now. So and they're behind on stuff. And we've been raising money. We're working on their reopening customer confidence kits and all these things to help them. But they've got a wicked short window. So we gotta just step out of the comfort zone and help people get up and running and making money, or they'll close.
Very, very well said. I couldn't agree more. I admire your passion and all the energy that you're putting towards this. So I look forward to seeing the other information and discussing this with council and coming to figuring out how we can help Saline Main Street, help the downtown, and do what we can. So that's probably my 5 minutes. Thank you so much, Holly and Jill.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Councilmember Kamara-Sulak. Councilmember Del Orco, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Marl. And Holly and Jill, thanks so much for all the hard work and research that's gone into this and vetting this process. I was wondering if you'd be willing to reveal, Holly, how many respondents did you have for the public survey gathering?
Gosh, I think it was 836. It was over 800. I believe it was 836.
Okay, that's a pretty good sample size of the population for the survey. Okay, so I'm glad we have Chief Hart on the line with us. I wish we had Chief Heft as well. Have either of you coordinated or reached out to Chief Heft and Chief Hart about public safety concerns with respect to police and fire?
No, but I will. It's just been, like I said, it just came together really fast. I think that we met with Brian on, was it Friday?
Yeah, we had a conference call Friday. Yep.
Okay.
So that's definitely next. And again, that is in the plan, that those are the non-negotiables as well as ADA.
Okay, yeah, I'd certainly be wanting to hear some feedback and some input from both Chief Hart and Chief Heft on this issue. I want to make clear that I'm certainly sympathetic to the plight of our small business owners, and I want to do everything as I can on council to facilitate this, but I want to make sure it's done in a safe and proactive manner. I have just some concerns about cleaning and sanitizing. Is there going to be any kind of oversight for the rigorous enforcement of cleaning and sanitization of chairs and tables as customers turn over from one dining experience to the next? Is there any ideas about that?
Well, there's a couple of things. One is absolutely we are working on customer confidence, right? So we want to gain the public's trust to come back downtown and to feel that they are being safe. We are creating customer confidence kits, and they're largely about keeping the employees, the owners, and their customers safe. But also, I think, you know, this is something that we're all going to have to do as a community, work together. The big thing that I keep reminding our small businesses is they have to create a new business plan and a new cash flow chart to allow in their budget for these new expenses that have to do with cleaning and sanitizing and PPE.
Right.
These are the things that Ron Stevens has been keeping us up to date, and he's reached out over and over and over again from the Small Business Development Center. He is willing to help, would love to help these businesses rework their numbers and teach them how to reimagine their business plan, because things have changed, and probably many things will have changed permanently for them.
Yeah, just I'm putting myself in the position of the customer. If I'm a customer and I go to a dine out and have an experience where I come away from that feeling that it was very well done and things were very clean and well cared for, and I'm going to come back. You only get one shot at this. If your feeling is otherwise, then you will not be back. So I want everybody to be mindful of that. My last question is regarding a phased approach versus an all or nothing light switch. Have you guys reached out to all the business owners? Is everybody kind of chomping at the bit to open their doors and get in on this? Or are there some people that are like, well, let's see how it goes with other businesses first?
I think that the businesses are really anxious, and I think that they recognize that they're very limited with the space that they have inside. So anything that we can do to expand their square footage in a safe way that's unique and interesting and attractive to bring people here, and in a safe way is the most important thing. I will tell you that we posted some articles on our Facebook page, and immediately, I think overnight, we had over 100 likes and loves and a ton of shares. And you know, I can get some of that information for you as well. But it really did create a lot of positive buzz. People are very excited about it.
Okay, yeah, and I'm sure that's the case. It's a matter of survival at this point. So I certainly am, as I said before, in favor of moving in this direction, but I want to make sure it's done so in a very careful, measured way. And that's, I'll leave it there. Thanks so much.
And just so you know, really quickly, every article that I've ever seen on it, that people love it. It's kind of like it's an interesting placemaking thing that's going on. So.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Del Orco. Councilwoman Mitchell, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Holly, I just want to give you all kinds of props and snaps. I am on your mailing list through work for downtown businesses. You have been so tirelessly advocating for our downtown, and I just want to give my heartfelt thanks to Saline Main Street, to your board, to all of the people that are supporting you. I was so excited about the telethon last night, and I had it on, I think, for quite some time till I went to bed. So thank you for that. I really like these ideas. It's been a secret desire of mine to close South Ann Arbor Street and have it serve as a pedestrian walkway. And I think this is a good kind of experimental time. I jotted some notes down. I also want to thank the Rotary for helping support businesses. I understand that they're helping provide personal protection equipment. Holly, one of my questions was, you did a great job of surveying before, during this time, before reopening, and I was really happy. I looked over those results right away. Are you planning any type of survey, kind of a midway point during your pilot?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, we ponied up the money for that survey program. It's a great program. It worked really well. It was super fast, and it provides some really nice visuals for the results and the data. So yeah, we will be checking. That's one thing I think that has been really successful that we've done, is engaging the public throughout all of this in many different unique ways, but also in ways that are supporting the businesses. But I think the public appreciates it too because they want to help, you know?
Right, right. No, I absolutely commend you. So I'm happy that you have your eye on that part of it. I am supportive of extending the sidewalks. I like the idea of Saturdays. One of my concerns is, should we do it another day of the week for a shorter time? Because having one day, is it going to have too many people? You know, I love how busy the farmers market is. And I did hear what you heard about consideration of there were a lot of people, which is, you know, wonderful, and we need more room. Has there been given any thought to like a Thursday night, you know, from 4 to 8 or 4 to 9?
Well, I'd like to try the Saturdays. First of all, I think it will help the farmers market. I do want to talk about parking and the convenience of parking. I think that we can sort of regulate the crowds by not having immediate parking. Maybe this is the one time that it's not the most important thing, to be able to have people converge in a quick way and park right on top of the downtown. Not everybody will come if they can't park right in the center of downtown. And so, yeah, that is a concern, but I think there is a sweet spot there. I think Saturday will help the farmers market, create an open air market. It just seems to make the most sense, as well as with traffic patterns. So, you know, that's the reasoning behind the Saturday 8 to 8. But I am open.
Sure, okay. And then my final thought is there have been some really neat photos. I haven't experienced this firsthand, but in downtown Detroit, right on that river walk, they've had glass houses, I think, during the winter. And wouldn't that be something for our restaurants this coming winter? I think all kinds of people are going to be concerned about flu anyway. So wouldn't it be, you know, it's a dream, but I think that would be a really fun thing to look into.
Hey, you know, there is some money out there as part of the CARES Act that I did reach out to find out about, and it really is about, in the wake of COVID-19, innovative ways to address economic development and supporting business. We are a wintry state, and like I said, we've got a very short time where the weather is warm for these guys to make money. If we could come up with some really neat outside you know, fire pits or some of these igloos that, you know, I mean, Milan had those really cool igloos for their chill Winterfest event. So, you know, there's a lot of, definitely, I'm open. I'll do it.
All right, well, that's great. Keep me posted. I'm happy to help with that project. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Holly.
Thank you. Councilmember Seal, you have 5 minutes. Are you there, Jack?
I saw him earlier.
There we go.
Oh,
Sorry
very
about that.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you. And you?
I'm doing well.
I want to thank both you and Jill for being the face of this effort. I agree with, you know, the desire to open this up as quickly as possible. But I think, like Mr. DeLorco stated, we need to do this with an eye towards the safety of the people too, so that they don't get discouraged with the first experience and then not come back. I guess
Can I address that real quick, Jack?
Sure, please.
I wanted to mention that we do have volunteers who we've been on, you know, hiatus. We haven't had in-face meetings for a long time. So we do have a very big volunteer force. So while the businesses, the restaurants would be, you know, on the hook to clean up in between, we also have a lot of volunteers who'd be willing to come downtown hour shift and clean off trash cans or, you know, whatever, you know, or assist the restaurants in, you know, sanitizing things in between customers. So I know we have a lot of people that are willing to help out with stuff like that.
Okay, good. I know I read the survey results earlier. There was still quite a number of people that had responded. You know, one thing that struck me was sort of the mix of results from some of the questions. You know, there's still a number of people who are somewhat reticent, I think, waiting to see what happens, waiting to see if if this thing is successful, waiting to see if this causes a spread of this virus. So I guess I would just remind people that even though we open these things up, you're still it's only necessary that you do what you're comfortable doing. So I don't want people to be real critical of you for trying to move too far forward too quickly if they think it's inappropriate, because they still have got the ability to vote with their feet by not attending if they don't feel comfortable. I know my wife and I have been taking advantage of the takeout from a number of the restaurants in town, and we've been very pleased with that result as well, especially my wife, because she doesn't have to cook. So it's worked out well for us. And I guess I would say, please keep a close eye on it, make sure that we don't drop the ball somewhere along the way, and let's keep everybody safe.
I couldn't agree with you more. Absolutely. Yeah, we're really excited about curbside and how that's working out. And I do want to just say a real quick plug, talking to Saul early on and Wally as well. These restaurants had to drop a pretty penny to get all of the equipment and the packaging and everything, so they're able to bring this together. Right. Also, some of them are using these third-party delivery and organizing companies for delivery, so that some of them cost up to 30%. So this is another reason why we have been spending a lot of time raising money for the businesses in transition to support curbside. It is a huge leap of faith. We don't want anybody to have to borrow money going into this. There's no reason to add to your debt. You should be conserving cash as a small business, and this is what we are trying to help our businesses do, as well as just look for safe ways, create consumer confidence so that people will come, feel safe, be able to help our businesses stay open.
Very good. Well, thank you again, ladies, both of you, for all the work.
Thank you. Thank you, Jack. Good to see you.
Thank you, Councilman.
And Jack, the Wi-Fi is largely from our trip that we did when you were candidate for re-election. Remember, we spoke with Latitude CG, and they are very interested in us making our downtown internet more reliable.
Yeah, I've thought about that a number of times since we did our little walk around. So thank you again for that too.
Absolutely.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Seal. Councilwoman Dillon, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. They're for a bunch of different people. I think the first one might be for either Mr. Fordyce or for Chief Hart, which is, have we ever done, I think I've asked this question in the past, have we ever done car counts for those streets to find out what the number of cars are for a certain day and the impact for closing a road?
On Ann Arbor Street?
Correct.
I have not, no. Jeff?
We do have some traffic counts. Traffic counts that we have done are for, street design purposes, and those are typically done Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then
but again, it's not the same now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we'd have to do them now.
Right. So, okay, I was just wondering, I guess what I'm looking at more is sort of, and then Holly or Jeff, how many parking spaces are you actually talking about? It's not very many if you're talking about the four corners, correct?
I have a picture. Oh, you mean for curbside to knock it down for just, yeah. And it's not like it's just taking out long-term parking so that people can just stop and do curbside really quick.
Right.
I think on North and South Ann Arbor, those first two blocks, I think we put up signs at 19 spaces for the current TCO.
Yeah, right. Great, and it'll be great for Smokehouse. I mean, if you just think about everybody along Michigan Avenue, how much it will help them out.
Right. So I guess there was that, and then the other one about sort of in the same realm of questioning is, when we've done detours in the past for either of those roads, is there an impact to residents or other businesses because of those detours?
Again, it's hard to base it on the way it used to be. And Janet, remember, this is just temporary. I'm not asking for a long term, and it's something that we can revisit every week. It's certainly something that I will have an ongoing conversation with everybody so that, we can peel this back as things are working well, or extend things if they're working well, or tweak and change. it's a fluid plan.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I guess I understand that. I guess I just want to make sure that we're looking holistically and we're not going to be creating another issue by diverting traffic. I know we've done this for Summerfest and things like that where we'll close South Ann Arbor Street for an entire day. And it seems to be very limited. But I'm sorry, my dog is barking. He's really struggling right now because he thinks I'm talking to him. So going back to other points right now, is there any issue, and I don't know, this would be something for either the police chief, city staff, probably for Mr. Campbell, about liquor licensing and extending that into the roadway. Is there any issue with that about serving alcohol beyond those limits?
So that's probably going to be the biggest hurdle here, is the Michigan Liquor Control Commission. I've been scanning their site as Holly has been talking, I've been asking her questions. Holly's brought forth some great examples from other states. I have visited some other states that kind of do very similar things. I'm looking for something here in the state that we can kind of use as a guideline, and also scouring the website here. This will probably be a question for tomorrow when I can get a hold of someone.
Okay.
But that will probably be our biggest hurdle.
Okay.
And one thing that's happening on, I believe, is it Friday? They are opening up the restaurants and bars in the northern part of the state, so that will actually also help us as a model as well.
Yeah, and I forwarded to you and Larry Osterling the press release that kind of, I think we all got a peek at what our regions we're going to need to meet as business owners and employers when we get our chance to open up. So I did forward that on to you and Larry so you could pass that on to your folks.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate all your communication, Chief. Thank you.
So Holly, my next question, and it would probably be my last question, and it sort of piggybacks on comments made Mr. Delorco and I believe Mr. Cio, and it's sort of that one aspect of the safety. And it's great. I appreciate that what you're doing is for the businesses and its employees to make sure they're maintaining safety standards. How is it that we're going to address those people that are attending that are not adhering to safety guidelines?
So I think there's some really neat things that we can do, and I was talking to some people about it this weekend, and even Dave Everline came up with some really neat things of, we can paint some circles with that with chalk on the ground that make big spaces that are for seating for families, or two tops, or different size people at a restaurant seating, and just really create some fun visual placemaking guidelines for people to be safe and know where to be and know how far they are away from people.
Right. I just feel like what's going to happen is just basic human nature. I'm going to walk up and there's going to be a table of some friends, and I'm going to want to walk and engage with them. Hey, how are you? We haven't seen each other in months. And trying to get people to realize that really that's not a part of what we're doing right now, that, we're together, but we are still separate.
Well, I think when you're sitting at a table and your server has a mask, and that server is putting themselves in line to make money for their own survival, as well as to keep you safe and all the work that we're all doing together, I would really hope that people would pay attention to that. And I can't say for sure that they will, but we will make a lot of visual, and we will, from the core, create a very visual space for people to pay attention and participate in a safe way. If they don't,
so I appreciate it. Because I don't want residents or employees taking on the role of policing. We've seen other instances where that's not always a safe measure.
Let's cross
And
that bridge
so-
when we get there.
No, okay, that's good. And then I guess.
Councilwoman Dillon, this needs to be your last question because I do need to move on.
Okay, just very quickly then, I'm sorry, is that, so are you looking more at a tiered approach to this? We're gonna open like one restaurant on each side, or is everybody gonna just start up at the same time? I think Ms. Mitchell mentioned that are you afraid that there's gonna be this huge influx of people?
There's only going to be able to be, the Department of Health has an algorithm, a formula for how many people per how much space, and we will have the visuals. There will only be able to be so many tables and chairs out, and that's that. The plan says no loitering. This isn't for gathering. This isn't for hanging out. This is to support the businesses to make money and have commerce. This isn't an event where we hang out.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Gearbaugh, Mayor Pro Tem Gearbaugh, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Holly and Jill, thank you again. I think from my perspective, our investment in Main Street over the years has allowed for this kind of incredible event to be handled in an appropriate way to help our downtown. And having that leadership from your perspective and from Jill and all the other members of the business associations downtown will help us get through this. It's amazing that you've done the work that I think any other professional or city doesn't necessarily have that connection at the size that we are, and that you've been able to reach out and provide the type of stuff that you've done through the state of Michigan and for the federal grants and all those opportunities is incredible. And I just have to take this moment to give you that praise. I don't know how a lot of people were able to work through that, because even individuals just trying to get their own unemployment and such was incredible. And moving forward with this approach, of what you've done so far by laying out these plans and everything are very helpful. I don't want to repeat what everyone else has said. I've only got a couple comments and statements. My one concern, we know we want to get our restaurants up and running, but I do want to make sure that we provide for our service industries, not only the jewelry stores, the barbers, the finance, the banks, all of those.
Absolutely.
The concern of blocking a lot of the traffic on Michigan Avenue off may discourage individuals from going into those areas, and just making sure how those are handled for those. And I know you'll be able to address those.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
And just from that perspective, and I do strongly encourage whatever we need to do in terms of providing the sidewalks to allow for more outside servicing, extending it, whatever we do, I think that's the most safe and secure way to do it. Where I am kind of concerned is I do want to make sure whatever we do is for our emergency vehicles, maintaining fire lanes, opening, there are concerns and things like that that should override the needs necessarily to provide pickup and service in those type of situations. First of all is maintaining the safety of everything and the buildings and everybody else. And then lastly, I think whatever we can do to encourage the private property owners to actually open up some of their properties, as you had stated, to be used for those type of situations, because I think there are areas that maybe have their own private parking or whatever could be used to benefit their businesses, to be allowed for that type of situation, and that should be strongly encouraged, which we may need to, as a council or as a city, allow that to occur, which may not be necessarily something that's easily in our ordinance or whatever, so we may need to accommodate for that. But again, whatever we can do, and in terms of additional funding or whatever, I think we have money that's available in our TIFA that can allow for some, not necessarily operational things, but investments into some of the items that we need. And I'd leave that up to Mr. Campbell, but he's not here tonight, that I think through our EDC and our TIFA boards, we would more than encourage that kind of funding. So if there's some items or things that we feel that can't be covered through donations or through your operations, I would like to suggest to our council that we consider those as we move forward. And other than that, I'm going to wrap my session up and move it on to the mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Gearbaugh. I have nothing further to add, but ladies, please stay in touch with my office and staff, because I think there is broad consensus to move forward on a variety of these items. So if we can get some action items to appear on our June 1st agenda or our subsequent meeting in June, I think that would be terrific.
I'll send it right out just as soon as I get off here.
Very good. Thank you for your time, and you are excused.
Thank
Thanks,
you so
Jill.
much, everyone.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, we're moving on now to citizen comments on agenda items. Under the Open Meetings Act, any citizen may come forward at this time, make comment or question on an item that appears on this agenda. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Anyone who would like to speak is requested but not required to state his or her name and address for the record. Again, if you'd like to comment, go to the bottom of the screen where it says chat, and please type in your comment and indicate that it is to be read and preserved as part of the first public comment on agenda items. My understanding from an email that was sent out by our colleague, Councilmember Del Orco, we did receive a written comment from a community resident, Eric Grossman. Clerk Royal, do you have that email that Mr. Del Orco provided?
I do. I actually have 3 public comments for you right now.
Very good. Well, let's start with Mr. Grossman's, and if you'd like to read the subsequent 2, that would be great.
Okay, this one's from Eric Grossman, and he says, I would like to reference agenda item 20-74, Salt Springs Park Project Agreement. Looking to the future of Salt Springs Park, given the location of the proposed parking lot, including the sidewalk with fencing to be installed along the river, all of this will be an impediment to the possible wastewater treatment plant upgrades. Utilities are currently very close to the future lot and may possibly need to be added under the proposed parking lot, and the walkway is along the riverbank. That, as I recall, Tetra Tech said in recent treatment plant discussions, may need to be raised up and or stabilized during any future plant upgrades. The city will be required to pay 100% of any repair and replacement cost, or risk returning up to $75,000 in grant funds if it's not replaced to the original specifications. But what is generally hidden expense and can be much more costly is having to design and build around something like this new lot and walkway in any future plant upgrades. As discussed in the recent police budget talks, a grant is usually cost-effective and helpful, but sometimes they are restrictive and more costly, especially when your operational procedures or a project is governed by someone else's requirements. And I believe that it is the case here. Building an expensive, elaborate entrance to a basic natural environment doesn't make sense. Until you know the extent of the future plant upgrades, why not build a temporary gravel lot and let people walk to the park on a grass pathway? They are effective and simple features of both Wilderness and Curtis Parks. I'd like to say in closing, thank you and good luck, but in this case, would prefer to say thank you and good planning. Our next comment is from Linda Terhar, 104 West McKay Street, and she states, this comment addresses agenda item 20-71, millage rate for fiscal year 21 General Appropriations Act. Treasurer Bennett's cover memo regarding the millage rate describes a balanced budget. Clearly, a great deal of hard work has brought the budget to this point. The budget, as described, works with a decline in state revenue, a pay freeze for staff, leaving vacant 3 staff positions, and restoration of the deputy police chief position that was dropped in the aftermath of previous recession. Additionally, a brand new permanent human resources position is part of this budget. Restoring the deputy chief position at this time seems critical to support the health and safety needs of the community and to support the excellent work of Chief Hart. However, council would serve the community far, far better by deferring or rethinking creation of a brand new HR staff position, while at the same time leaving 3 staff positions vacant. As I understand it, the 3 vacant positions intend to remain vacant and would include frontline public safety and public works positions. In contrast, a large portion of HR duties are presently covered by existing professional administrative staff. Expanding the existing role and reorganizing other work as proposed by Mayor Marl in the work session seems to be much more responsible and achievable approach. I believe it would be seriously imprudent at this moment of economic uncertainty to commit the city to such substantial new ongoing expenditures. Creating an HR position represents when frontline positions are slated to remain open. And our last one is from Heidi McClellan, and she's 208 West Henry Street. Hello all, thank you for your time and attention to the budget process. I wanted to applaud Mickey, Joe, and Joanne for all their hard work as always. Their work is so appreciated by citizens. I think that prioritizing the safety of the public and being cautious about future budget concerns should be a top concern. I don't believe now is the time to create new positions, but to fill the existing vacancies using the talent we have in the existing staff, city staff.
Thank you to our former colleagues for those comments. Appreciate those. I'll provide just a few additional moments if there are other individuals who are watching tonight who'd like to type in comments. Again, this public comment period is reserved for agenda items. And you may type in your comments at the bottom of the screen under the chat icon. Okay, the record will reflect we had comments from Eric Grossman, Linda Tahar, and Heidi McClellan. Again, we appreciate you chiming in on these important municipal issues. We'll proceed now to the consent agenda. The following consent agenda will normally be adopted without discussion. However, at the request of any citizen or council member, any item may be removed from the consent agenda for council discussion. Here would be my recommendation. Councilmember Delorco would like to remove item C-bills, and because of Mr. Wygalski's absence, I would recommend that this be considered under the discussion portion of the agenda. He should return by that time in order to address his bi-weekly wastewater treatment plant update. I would recommend that we approve the designating June as Pride Month at this time, and at the conclusion of the meeting under discussion, perhaps the clerk or the mayor pro tem could read the resolution in their entirety. So unless there's objection to that, Mayor Pro Tem Gearbaugh, would you move to approve the consent agenda as amended?
I do.
Okay. And Councilmember Camaro Sulak, would you be the second?
Second.
Okay, excellent. It's been properly moved and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Gearbaugh and Councilmember Camaro Sulak to approve the consent agenda as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, the motion carries unanimously. We move on to public hearing, agenda item 20-69, Saline Fire Special Assessment. Before we entertain the motion to open the public hearing, Treasurer Bennett, is there anything you would like to add?
No, sir. I just wanted to say that this, every year we have this action item so that as the voters approved the 1 mil to be levied above and beyond, the city has in the past and is this year also using the city operating millage to cover this fire operation. So there is no increase into additional increase of that 1 mil.
Very good. Thank you. We'll open it up for questions right now. If anyone has comments or concerns reference the fire budget or the fire special assessment. I'll begin with Councilmember Camaro Sulak. Any questions?
No, it's pretty straightforward, annual item, so no questions at this time.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Councilmember Delorco, any questions?
No questions at this time, Mayor Morrow.
Thank you. Councilwoman, Mitchell, any questions?
Thanks, Your Honor. I can be referred to as council member. I like that. I guess it's just a procedural one. I see on page 20 of our packet, I just wanted to ask, do we have to have a roll call vote for this? I'm looking at the members that are requested under yeas and nays and abstaining.
I am not aware that any time in my tenure as either a council member or as mayor that we've done a roll call vote on this. No.
Okay, I just didn't know if the virtual meeting made a difference. So if you're comfortable, then I am too. That's all.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Seo, any questions?
None, Your Honor.
Okay. Councilwoman Dillon, any questions or comments?
No, I don't have any questions at this time.
Okay. Councilmember Gearbaugh. Mayor Pro Tem here.
None at this time. Appreciate all you've done to keep this budget assessment off.
Very good. Okay. Then at this time, we will entertain a motion to open the public hearing, affording our public an opportunity to speak to this issue. Councilwoman Dillon, would you move to open the public hearing at 8:03?
Yes, I will.
Very good. And Councilmember Delorco, would you second?
Yes.
Very good. It's been properly moved and seconded to open the public hearing at 8:03. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, the motion carries unanimously. Again, if you'd like to speak to the fire special assessment or the fire budget more broadly, again, please go to the bottom of the screen and you can type in comments under the chat section. We'll wait just a few minutes. I should actually, my faux pas. Clerk Royal, did we receive any comments in advance of tonight's meeting reference the fire budget or fire special assessment?
No, sir.
Very good. Okay, I don't believe anybody is typing, so the minutes will reflect we had no comments. Councilman Seo, would you move to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Okay, at 8:04. And Councilmember, what do I need to go to next? Councilmember Kamara Sulak, would you second?
I second.
It's been properly moved by Councilmember Seo, seconded by Kamara Sulak to close the public hearing at 8:04 p.m. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, the motion carries unanimously. We now move to the third and final motion. This will be a motion to approve and adopt or not to adopt Resolution Number 2, Fire Special Assessment Protection 2020-2021, approving the estimated $444,765 plus $26,415 for capital improvements for a total of $471,180. Councilwoman Dillon, as the Fire Board representative, would you move to approve and adopt?
Absolutely, yes.
Very good. And Councilwoman Mitchell, would you second?
Yes, sir.
Very
Second.
good. Okay. There is a motion on the floor to approve and adopt. We'll entertain additional questions or comments. Councilmember Kamara Sulak, anything that you would like to add?
No questions or additions. I
Okay.
support the motion.
Councilmember Del Orco.
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. Councilwoman Mitchell.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Seo.
None, Your Honor.
Councilwoman Dillon.
No questions at this time.
And Mayor Pro Tem Gearba.
None.
Okay. Then we have a motion on the floor moved by Dillon, seconded by Mitchell to approve and to adopt. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you all. We move on to new business item 20-70, River Oaks Keveling CE Services. This will be a motion to acknowledge receipt of the May 13th, 2020 memo from City Engineer DPW Director Fordyce and to approve an award or not to approve the construction engineering survey and testing contract for River Oaks Keveling paving project to Midwestern Consulting in a not to exceed amount of $19,225. Councilmember Seo, would you move to acknowledge, approve, and award?
Yes, Your Honor, I would.
Okay. And Councilmember Del Orco, would you second?
I do.
Okay, excellent. Been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Fordyce, do you care to speak to your memo of May the 13th?
Sure, just quickly. Earlier this year, council awarded the construction contract for Keveling and River Oaks. And we've been working through some of the permitting and scheduling and COVID issues related to that. And our design engineers, Midwestern Consulting, have submitted this proposal to provide us construction engineering services, which includes the surveying necessary to lay out the projects, keeping track of daily progress and pay items, and arranging for materials testing for concrete, asphalt, and aggregate. Pretty standard procedure kind of stuff. Their proposal is a time and materials. They've given us that not to exceed budget of $19,225 based on their expectation of the level of effort necessary to do this, but they will only bill on actual time and material. And their proposal came in at about 6.5% of construction cost, which is just a little bit nicely below the kind of the industry standard for these services.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Fordyce. We'll do a round of questions and comments. We'll begin with Councilmember Kamara Sulak.
Thank you, Your Honor. It looks like everything is spelled out in the memo. I appreciate that, and it's nice to see something come in under the industry standard. We definitely need more than that, but otherwise I don't have any other questions.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Councilmember Del Orco.
No questions at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Councilwoman Mitchell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Fordyce, can you just talk a little bit about the notice and preparation? There's a business park on Keveling, and then there's, the all-important Tim Hortons. So can you talk about that a little bit?
Tim Hortons was actually a big part of the design process and the detour routing consideration there. We have not sent out the formal notice yet because we do not have a schedule at this moment. We are getting ready to move forward with setting up the pre-con meeting and getting that formal schedule. And now that construction is more open and we understand the restrictions and we're ready to move forward. So, so definitely communication with affected folks along both of those roads is part of the plan.
That's great. So will it be one way during the construction, just for folks who don't have access to, you know, the information that we have in front of us?
Yeah. Kevling will be one way, one lane, one way through the whole project.
Okay.
Northbound. River Oaks, we will maintain in and out traffic. There may be some flag control necessary to do that, but you know, so all those apartment residents down there will be able to get in and out all the time.
Okay, that satisfies my questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Councilman Seo, any questions?
No questions.
Very good. Councilman Dillon, any questions or comments? Janet, are you there?
All right.
Nope.
Mr. Fortes, can you remind me of the time frame for this project?
So we don't have a start date yet, but it's soon.
But is it like a 2-week project or is it like
Total length of time?
something in between?
It's not terribly long, but Scott Fisher is in on the meeting. If I don't know if Terry could unmute him and maybe he could comment on the total expected length of construction.
Mr. Fisher, are you there?
Yes, can everyone hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
To answer your question, each individual street, probably the construction time frame is probably about 3 to 5 weeks, start to finish. Obviously, hopefully, we hope the contractor can go more quickly, but with the phased approach, it tends to slow things down a little bit.
Thank you. So can you just clarify, are the projects being done simultaneously or one in front of the other?
It's one contract and one contractor. So, you know, they're kind of in charge of how they phase their work, but it does make sense, you know, that they'll bring in the mill and mill both streets and then, you know, form up concrete, one pour of concrete, and then, so we expect them both to take place at the same time.
Okay. And just, Mr. Fortes, for one last clarification on to Ms. Mitchell's question, over on River Oaks, will there be any times where like the Baker's Nook blended parking lot will not have access? Like when they're doing that side of the road? I know there's 2 entrance points. Will there always be access for those businesses?
There certainly will be some short-term limitations there when we're actively paving that. There'll be times where those driveways will not be accessible. I don't recall from the plans if there are concrete repairs there. Usually if there's a concrete repair that'll block a driveway, we do it in 2 halves so that half of the driveway remains available while the concrete's curing. We, you know, that'll be something we need to talk to the contractor about and the detailed phasing of that. But there certainly during paving of that side, there'll be some moments where that group of buildings will not have access.
Okay, and so just for clarification, you're saying that for Kevling, so the access to Tim Hortons, you would have to enter Kevling from Bemis. You would not be able to turn right off of Michigan?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so it's going to require planning ahead. We need a big sign on the corner of Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Dillon. Mayor Pro Tem Gearbaugh, any questions or comments?
No, the only one I had about was the scheduling of both, and then Mr. Fordyce answered it. Thank you.
Very good. We have a motion on the floor to acknowledge, to approve an award. If you have additional comments or questions, doesn't look like anyone does, so we'll proceed to vote. It's been properly moved by CO, seconded by Del Orco, to acknowledge, to approve, and to award. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Ayes have it, the motion carries unanimously. We move on to new business item 20-71. This is millage rate for fiscal year 2021, General Appropriation Act budget. This will be a motion to acknowledge receipt of the May 12th, 2020 memo from Treasurer Bennett regarding consideration of the millage for fiscal year 2020-2021 General Appropriations Act, and to direct staff to utilize the millage rate for fiscal year 2020-2021 of 17.2294 mils. Mayor Pro Tem Gearbo, would you be willing to acknowledge receipt and direct?
Yes.
Okay, very good. And Councilmember Kamara Sulak, would you second?
I second.
Very good. Treasurer Bennett, do you want to give a brief comment for the public's benefit on the process and how this millage rate compares to recent years?
Absolutely. Well, I think it is due to a lot of really hard work and some great conversations and work meetings that we've had as council and staff have come together to discuss how we're going to approach this. But I'm very pleased that this budget millage is the same as last year, even in light of the COVID-19 and the anticipated revenue decreases. We've taken great steps to make sure that we can meet our operational needs and of the city within our means. We are proposing that we use a small portion of our capital improvement or our assigned fund balance for a large piece of equipment. It's $146,000 that we would be requesting, but everything else is covered with our regular operations revenues that we are received, which still leaves our the city with a 20% projected fund balance in the event of a rainy day. And some municipalities are in the position where they're tapping those rainy day funds during this COVID response. So we're in really, I feel that this is we're making steps in the right direction, and we have not touched our unassigned fund balance, and we are with the same tax rate that we have had over the past few years.
Very good. Thank you for that analysis. Questions or comments for the city treasurer or for anyone else on staff? Councilmember Kamara Sulak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mickey Joe, is what's the recommended fund balance? Is it 15 to 20%?
Yes, our city policy recommends 15 to 20% for a rainy day fund, and our proposed fund balance for the FY21 is 20.9%.
Okay, so that helps my
proposal.
All right, thank you. That helps my confidence level in all the hard work that we've put forth in this budget and addressing the most pressing city needs, especially the deputy chief position and the human resource manager that will bring some stability and cost savings, and also what the I forget what the name of the survey or study was that highly recommended a human resources person. That's all the questions that I have. Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Del Orco, any questions or comments?
I just wanted to state again for the record that I'm so grateful to everyone involved in these discussions with respect to the budget and working together to develop consensus on what the priorities are. Special thanks to Mickey Joe and Joanne on bringing some important line items forward as consideration of how we can balance this budget. I'm very proud of the work that's been done here. The only question I have is about, the impact of COVID is really a while out before we fully realize the potential ramifications of what's going on, and we're going to need to keep a close finger on the pulse of long-term projections with respect to the effect of the housing market, state revenue sharing, and other loss of revenues. Can you comment a little bit more? In your memo, you stated the forecasting are only a slight dip in the housing market. Is there a consensus across multiple pundits on this, or are we getting all this from kind of one place?
No, I have heard multiple, I've said in more COVID webinars than I care to ever admit, but each projection is that, we're hoping for a V-shaped recovery, which would mean that the housing market, so the sales price of the markets would be a very slight dip. And there's we use a look back period when we determine our assessing market. So no matter how big that is, there should be other months in that look back period that can help offset that. And that's from a number of different sources, including when I was listening to this MCOG, and then who used the Michigan, the University of Michigan economist, and then I also just recently sat in one from MGFOA, the Michigan Government Finance Authority, and they also thought that it would be a brief dip, but it will have an impact, but it won't be. They don't anticipate it to be a very large impact, and we will also have an impact. To your point about future years, we'll also see an impact more than likely on our our pensions and our OPEB amounts and stuff like that. So COVID-19 is going to be a conversation for many, at least 2 or 3 years ahead of us during budget season.
Right. Well, I'm going to take what I can get with the positive news for the moment, in that I'm very optimistic about what the pundits are saying about the housing market, and that gives me reason to believe that may very well be the thing that pulls us out of this. So I'm going to leave it there. Thanks so much.
I hope they're right too.
Very good. Thank you, Councilmember Del Orco. Councilwoman Mitchell.
Thank you, Your Honor. I don't have specific questions, but I would just like to address further the concerns about an HR manager. I understand there are questions regarding filling this position. An HR manager will be able to advocate for our employees, create a formal training program, which our organizational review noted was lacking. We budget a fair amount of money every year for training, and it seems like we don't have a formal training program in place. So that's quite a bit of money over several years. The compensation study, the organizational review itself, were outside paid duties that an HR manager could have done. Those paid consultants totaled nearly a year of the proposed salary. The HR manager could also split some time with risk management, which is very badly needed by the city. As far as the administrative assistant, there's no reason to think that this position needs to be eliminated. Certainly a manager will have plenty of work doing high-level tasks, and there will be a need to do some clerical everyday tasks as well. Our administrative assistant is a highly qualified individual that possesses a master's degree, and I think this is an excellent opportunity for some professional development and expand her role in the city. We hope to have a very long-term relationship with the administrative assistant. So that's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Seal, any additional comments or questions?
None, Your Honor. I just have to say thank you very much to not only Mickey Jo and Joanne as the financial staff, but also to the entire city staff for coming together to bring us this not only balanced budget, but then a budget without any increase in the amount of levy that we put on the citizens.
Thank you. Councilwoman Dillon, any questions or comments?
Thank you. I think Mr. Del Orco asked my question, so I'll just move on to a quick comment, which, like my other council members, is a big thank you to the Treasurer's Office and all of city staff. I know this has been a long, hard road with budget this year. We've kind of gone back to the drawing board a couple of times, and, it's not perfect, but at a time when there's a lot of uncertainty, I think we've made a very good budget. And as Mr. CEO just said, the fact that we're able to keep our millage rates consistent at a time when people's incomes are very volatile, I think goes a long way in this community.
Very good. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Gearbaugh.
Yeah, Mickey Joe, I do appreciate it. You have managed to keep us on dollar and on spot every year. And thanks to our prior councils and a lot of our forethought, we've all been able to put aside the monies that we think are available to help us through these hard times and so forth. A number of the aspects of even contributing to our liabilities and so forth, we continue to do that within the operating budget that we haven't increased based on the benefit of our own assessed value going up in the city. So yes, we know people end up paying additional taxes, but fortunately we're not increasing the rate. It's more based on the appreciation in which they gain through their eventual sale of their home and so forth. I do want to still make a consideration that I believe hiring the HR position is jeopardizing us through our public safety and our DPW by replacing 2 positions, eliminating 2 positions in favor of that, even though I believe I think we already have an individual, as Ms. Mitchell indicated, was quite qualified, who was already providing the HR function and could actually fulfill an HR format. We also have spent significant money on an organizational study, which I believe required the expertise of outside individuals. One individual doesn't necessarily have that ability. And in addition, when we look at risk management, having served in a compliance and a internal control operation aspect, risk management is often best assessed by individuals from outside the organization, not necessarily the individual within, because undue influence and so forth could lead to indications and problems that you don't necessarily uncover unless you have a set of fresh eyes look at it. And then lastly, as for training, a lot of our training is specialized. So the individuals that are receiving the training are from the outside to maintain their certifications and so forth. There are some HR aspects that I think can be done, but again, those could be done by an internal individual that currently performs that role. And we could then basically provide that funding to either put it aside in our fund balance, or we could hire back a police officer or 2. So despite that, I'm making those statements. This is just to move the millage forward as it is. And I appreciate all the work that's been done by every individual on the staff for all the questions and all the issues that we brought up to you, and also from the perspective of understanding that you are being put into difficult and many stressful situations at this time due to all the COVID and additional responsibilities. So when we do the budget time, it's always ready to appreciate everything that's done by everyone in this organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Gearbaugh. While it's not quite germane to the motion, I do want to address the risk mitigation, risk assessment issue, because as my colleagues will recall, that was a matter that I proactively addressed in my January State of the City address, because that is an area that I believe as an organization we should focus on during this calendar year. And it's timely because Councilmember Del Orco and I just had a conversation about this earlier this afternoon. And as I've mentioned to some of you, I've been working with a community resident for probably the last 6 to 8 months who has done risk mitigation, a risk assessment for a variety of organizations, including Fortune 500 companies, for the better part of 2 decades, who's offered her services to us pro bono. So one of the things that you should be prepared to consider and entertain in July is the creation of a work group consisting of council members, staff, this individual, as well as a few private citizens, to really do a deep dive into risk mitigation, risk assessment for the entire organization, each department, each entity, with perhaps a deeper focus and dive into wastewater specifically, well, actually wastewater and water. So that is a priority for me, and it ought to be a priority for the organization, and we will be discussing that more in the next month and a half. Again, thanks to city staff for their work on this. I do appreciate the tenacity and patience of all of my colleagues. To go back to something that Mr. Del Orco said, I would love to see a V-shaped recovery, but just last night on 60 Minutes on CBS, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Chairman Powell, was interviewed, and his prognostication is that it might be the latter half or the final quarter of 2021 until we see real economic recovery, or get back to where we were just 6 short months ago. Which is why I'll add this point that, and I'll juxtapose the budget to perhaps the city charter. The city charter says what it says, and it doesn't say what it doesn't say. It's not really a living document. The budget is a living document, and as things change, as funding becomes more available or as our funding streams dry up, we ought to make amendments and reconsider certain sections in the budget. I know that staff in my office are 100% committed to doing so. Just one quick question though for you, Ms. Bennett, because I think it's been maybe 2 or 3 meetings since we touched on this. Another key priority for me in this calendar year is to make additional payments to our OPEB and pension liability. That must be done. We've redoubled our focus on those issues in recent years. And in large part because of the volatility in the stock market, I want to be sure that we have the funding available to make some sizable contributions, again, before the end of this calendar year.
So, Mayor Merrill, we have included in our budget our annual required contribution for both of those. Typically, what we've done in the past is if we any excess over our 20%, we have, council has elected to move those funds towards the pension and the OPEB at that point. As a reminder to council and information to the public, this budget is all proposed on actual ongoing revenues. So there's no consideration given to the pending land contract, sales contract that we have. And so there is potential for some revenue that will come in should, you know, things progress as we had anticipated, and those funds could be designated at that time. The good news is we do have some funds that were designated at our year end last year that we will be making towards those obligations.
And do you know that, yeah, do you know that the dollar amounts roughly?
It's $350,000.
And so, you know, I would rely on your judgment and that of Joanne's as to how exactly we should split that. But again, that's a key priority for me, and I hope that the sentiment is shared by my colleagues.
Absolutely.
Very good. Okay. We do have a motion on the floor simply to acknowledge receipt and to direct staff. It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Gearbaugh, seconded by Councilmember Camaro-Sulak. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, the motion carries unanimously. We move on to agenda item 20-72. This is proposed budgets for fiscal year 2020, which would run from 7/1 of 20 to 6/30 of 21. And this is simply to schedule the public hearing. This will be a motion to approve or adopt or not to adopt the resolution as submitted, setting the public hearing on the proposed budget for fiscal year 2020-2021 for Monday, June the 1st, 2020 at 7 p.m. with public notice to be given in accordance of the law. Councilwoman Mitchell, would you move to approve and adopt?
Yes, sir, I will so move.
Very good, thank you. And Councilwoman Dillon, would you second?
Yes, I will.
Okay. Ms. Bennett, do you have any obligatory remarks?
I don't believe so. I think we've fixed the budget.
This is pretty straightforward, so unless I see a hand, I'm going to assume you do not have comments or questions. Doesn't look like you do, so we will proceed to vote then. It's been properly moved by Mitchell, seconded by Dillon to approve and to adopt. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, the motion carries unanimously. With that, friends, as I indicated in advance of today's meeting, because of an issue at my home, I'm going to take my leave. I've communicated with Mr. Gearbaugh and Mayor Pro Tem Gearbaugh. I assume you are ready to assume the role of presiding officer.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Good luck, Your
Best
Honor.
wishes. Thank you.
So moving on, we're moving on to item number 20-73, phone system purchase agreement. Chris Schonk, our technical support coordinator, will be talking about it. And I think we'll listen from Chris first for his summary of the potential purchase.
Good afternoon, everyone. So in front of you is a memo kind of briefly describing our process to replace the existing city phone system. So this would encompass every city building, so even outside the city. So our fire department also would upgrade alongside all the rest of rec center, public works, or more importantly, our police department, which was kind of vital in the selection of this choice as well. So the existing phone system at City Hall has been upgraded over the years, but in essence, it's the same phone system that existed when the city building was built, City Hall was built. So it's antiquated. It's actually kind of basically at the end of its life. The manufacturer no longer is in the phone business, so they were bought out, and the company that bought them out basically discontinued and said, hey, you can buy our product now. So with that, I guess I'll kind of open it to questions or comments about the memo there and the selection.
All right, who did we leave off with? Does anybody can help me remind? I didn't track as the mayor had been doing. Why don't we start with Mr. Camaro-Sulak and go the same route?
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, so Chris, it says that it's going to become operational in July of this year. Do you foresee that meeting that schedule with COVID and us coming out of it? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, it's definitely an aggressive schedule to say the least, but also, kind of trying to find those silver linings with COVID is, while the city buildings are not occupied, we can get in, we can, tear into wiring, whatever we need to replace, we can take things up and down, it's a little easier. So I have communicated with the potential awardee here, and while it's definitely an aggressive timetable, I think it's something that we can shoot for, and it should be achievable.
Okay. Do you have any idea on how quickly they would be able to start?
That's a good question. We didn't really get into kind of the weeds on the dates depending on, and I've got Steve Goodell, IBS is here as well. They can answer any kind of those direct questions if you like. But yeah, kind of the priority would be we need to focus on our public safety. So with fire and police being the top priorities, to make sure those are working, and then not to say that any other department is valuable, but just making sure those are solid before we move on to
of course, definitely. Steve, can you lend any insight into how quickly you would be able to start? Basically, hoping to take advantage of as much lower traffic, and like City Hall is almost a ghost building, but obviously the police and fire departments would be first.
Hey, yeah, things are quite slow for us right now too, as you can imagine. So we're ready to start working on this as soon as we get the green light.
Okay. And I'm assuming that you would be complying with all personal protection and safety requirements in going through departments.
Yes, of course.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Camaro-Sulak. Mr. Delacro, would you please ask any questions if you have any?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Gearba. Chris, the only real question I have is with respect to projected cost variables. I'm wondering if there's a best case, worst case scenario projection on how it could err one way or the other.
As far as like potential, if we get into something, and then what the worst kind of case scenario would be on cost?
Yeah, like network equipment or, various wires, infrastructure that needs to be.
I kind of alluded to that. It's one of those, it's very hard to put an exact number on until you kind of get into it. We with the plan to upgrade the system, this year, I've kind of been planning this in prior years. So the network equipment, all the purchases kind of made have been focused on, hey, down the road, we're going to do a phone system. Is this compatible with it? So as far as the network equipment goes, I don't see a whole lot of replacement being necessary. My concern is the wiring in some of the buildings. So without getting too technical, the phones are powered over what they call power over Ethernet, so you're using the network cable to power them.
Right.
And when I run kind of the wireless, when we deployed Wi-Fi at all the buildings, some of the wiring just could not handle the power required, and the phones are definitely going to be in that same range of kind of requiring the beefier power there. So, I'm knock on wood, I'm positive. I think most wiring will be good, but I'm sure we're going to run into some. The rec center I have my concerns about is just a little bit differently wired. So, no, I think City Hall will be fine. DPW, they're newer buildings, the wiring should be fine, but there's always that variable of once you get into it, no, it's not working. We got to replace that one.
All right, that's all I have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Ms. Mitchell, would you please ask any questions?
Thank you, sir. Chris, I just want to say, first of all, that I appreciate the proposals that you bring to council. They're always well written. They're always very clear. I just appreciate your skill set between your tech ability and also your ability to put things together in a way we can understand them.
Thank you.
So one of my questions I sent to you earlier, I was asking about using this type of system versus using Microsoft 365. For people who aren't aware, the city has just decided to go with Office 365, and they do have the capability of phone components as well. Can you talk a little bit about that, Mr. Shum?
Sure. Yeah. So it's a great point. So I think it was a couple meetings back. We approved the migration, so we're moving to Office 365, and there's 3 scales to 365. So the initial purchase a couple weeks ago was for G1 and G3 licenses. So that allows for non-Office users and Office users. Microsoft also has a G5 license that includes a phone system. So you give them a mailbox, you give them Office, and here's your phone baked into it. So it's a great platform. You know, the reviews are very good on it. The one downside to it, though, and what we are unique in that, is that we have a PSAP, so we have a public safety access point, so a dispatch center. So our partner in that was in digital software, and I ran by them. I said, hey, you know, you guys do this all day. What do you think of 365? And they kind of echoed the same thing. They're like, it's great, but it's more cookie cutter. It's built for certain things, and unfortunately, a public safety, you know, answering point is not one of those. So, you know, because we need the flexibility with recording lines and being able to quickly offsite if it needs to, it's a little bit better to look at some other platforms. But no, it's a good platform. I just think for what we need, it's not quite going to check all the boxes. So.
Okay. Well, I really appreciate that. Thank you for looking out for our important safety personnel. We certainly don't need anything to make their job harder.
Right.
Is there anything that residents would notice phoning in? Are they going to have a higher clarity of calls? Is there going to be an easy to maneuver system? Can you talk about what residents can expect, please?
Sure. So yes, the call clarity, I would say, will be much improved. So our existing system is kind of a hybrid. So it's not really designed to do voice over IP. So we're kind of putting our toe in the water with it. And we do have bandwidth issues occasionally where, you know, you kind of get that robotic voice. And, you know, specifically with the higher call volume buildings. So the rec center kind of suffers from the most of our outlying buildings. So no, because again, without getting too into it, the way the traffic goes with our current system, rec center goes to City Hall and then goes to the outside world. So with the new system, the phones are going to be independent. So the rec center, they're going straight to the outside world. So we're removing a variable that can have issues. So which also another positive. So if we lose, you know, City Hall, the connection goes down here, it knocks out all our outlying buildings. Whereas this new system, they're all independent. So if City Hall goes down, rec is still online, Public Works is still online. So we kind of eliminate those hiccups that could affect residents.
Oh, that's great. Okay. And then I guess I just want to make a point for people who haven't, you know, who might be at home or who might be watching. This is hardware, it's wiring, and it's software. Is that right?
It is. So this is a cloud-based system. So it's going to be a lot more on the software kind of tweaking side than, you know, a traditional system. So.
That's my rookie term. So you've got all the lingo.
Yeah, so, you know, again, to compare, you know, to our existing system, we have all the hardware on site at City Hall. It's an old system. You know, if there's a fault there, it brings the whole thing down. So this is a little more survivable. Where, you know, right now would be a great example with the, you know, the ongoing COVID issues. We could have employees take their desk phones home with them and then pick them up just like they're at the office. There wouldn't be any kind of loss in service. So there's a lot more flexibility with the new system as opposed to what we're doing now. So also the other big plus or minus, depending how you look at it, is they have soft phones. So you can basically have everything you have on your desk phone, you get out on your city cell phone. So, you know, you can look at it as a good thing, you're accessible all the time, but you can look at it as a bad thing, you're accessible all the time. So that'll be nice.
I'm familiar that I am a worker whose business phone is forwarded to my cell, so I can commiserate. And then finally, just a very important question. Are these phones like video phones? Is that where we're going with this?
You know, I don't know. I guess the Jetsons predicted that. We're a little behind from that era. But no, I think, Steve, if you want to talk about the capabilities, I think that's something we could option into if we wanted. This proposal does not include those. These are just traditional, you know, your more traditional pickup.
That's good. They have them at universities, and I don't know of anybody who likes them. So that'll be all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Mr. CEO, do you have any questions?
Yeah, just one comment, Mr. Gibbon. And I just want to thank Chris for keeping up with this ever-changing technology world. I know things continue to expand and change, and your ability to keep up with it all is key to our success. So thank you very much for all your help with this, Chris.
Thank you.
Ms. Dillon, do you have any questions?
Okay, thank you. I couldn't unmute there for a second. So I do have a couple questions. Chris, thank you very much for all the information you provided. So now, just for my own clarity, this is an internet-based phone service?
Correct, yes.
So if there's a power outage, does that mean the phone system is down?
No, so, what the plan is, all the equipment will be on a battery backup, so this also gives us more flexibility. So the network switches that provide communication for pretty much all the city networking, we can put those all in a battery backup. Those are gonna power the phones. So if the power blips, the phone should be unaffected during those events. So as long as we can keep power to the internet, there's always, if Comcast blips or something, but since the COVID issue as well, we've also added an additional backup line to City Hall through 123net, which is a different provider, which is always good to have multiple providers, and that's the plan right now, is to also do the phones over both systems. So when Comcast goes down, we'll flip right over to 123net and vice versa to have that kind of built-in redundancy as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. Do we maintain the same phone numbers?
Yes, yep, so the plan is we're gonna keep the current extensions, so nobody has to get new business cards, we're gonna keep the 4-digit dialing, and then yes, we're gonna port all the numbers from our current provider, Frontier, over to IBS.
Oh, that's fantastic, because I know that, I believe it was when the schools changed to a different phone system, they had to get new phone numbers, and that was a bit of a hassle. Is this going to resolve any of the issues that DPW currently has? Is there an internet issue? Is there that causes their phone issue? Is it a phone issue? Because I know there always seems to be some issues between DPW and the rec center.
Yeah, and that kind of goes back to my point with so City Hall is where the main trunk of the phones come in currently, and then we break off those connections to the outlying buildings. So yes, it's one of those, DPW, we've ramped up the technology there too. The workers have phones now, so the bandwidth is just getting harder and harder hit. And the phone system we have now is not optimized for network. Like I said, it's kind of a hybrid where, yes, we can put it over the network, but it's not really designed for that. It's designed for more like T1 line connections that we've long since replaced because there's cost prohibitive to keep going. So yes, this should eliminate, like I said, the new traffic. So if I'm at DPW, I'm making a phone call, it's going to go straight out to the internet. We don't have to hop to City Hall and then go out. So you're removing that layer of traffic. So it should be a lot smoother with the voice.
Fantastic. And then my only other one, and I saw a diagram in the materials you provided, is that one of the things we tend to struggle with at City Hall is when we're conference calling, like in a room. And I don't know if that's just a hardware issue, if it's an old technology issue, but it's definitely a struggle. Right. So will we have new equipment and that will,
We will. So yeah, top to bottom, we're going to replace all the phone equipment. So yeah, to your point, it's a hardware limitation because apparently when the system was installed, they couldn't envision calling 3 or 4 people at one time. They just thought you'd call one person to conference them. So that limitation has been removed, and yeah, the new system is compatible. So
fantastic. Well, thank you so much for all the information, Chris.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Dillon. Chris, the only questions I kind of had, who is does this affect any of our carrier or whatever, or is Comcast our?
So yes, Comcast is our internet provider as well as 123net now. But yes, our phone is a PRI that comes in through Frontier. So right now, that's the other downside of the current system is we are limited to Frontier as our only option. So I like the new approach with the cloud system, not to knock IBS, but if down the road after 5 years we want to change, we absolutely can. It's open to that interpretation. So we're not locked in with a provider, which will be a nice change. So it keeps a lot more cost competitive, and then like I said, with Frontier we don't have any option, and they kind of know that. So.
Okay, great. Well, and that helps us in the future, not knowing what could happen with potential changes in companies going forward and so forth. The only other question, since we're going to have a lot of obsolete equipment and so forth, is any of that going to be salvaged, or is it just pretty much junk?
It's pretty much junk. I don't want to invoke the scene in Office Space, but if I could take some of the phone equipment out in the field and hit it a little bit, I probably would. So, no, we can try to sell some stuff. I don't know realistically. I mean, there could be, this hardware is so old they don't make it anymore, so there could be some people, hey, I really need that card, can you sell it? So it's something we can explore, but at this time, my focus is I want to get the new system online, I want to get it rolling as quickly as we can, as stable as we can. So that we'll focus on that down the road. So.
Excellent, thank you. With that, I appreciate our vendor and Chris, your input and everything. And so moving forward, I'd like to acknowledge receipt and to ask for an approve or not approve regarding, well, actually, I'll move it. To acknowledge receipt of the memo and to approve the amount of, excuse me, $25,080 for the purchase of the IBS communication system. With that, Mr. Camaro Sulak, would you move that motion?
I move the motion. Acknowledge, accept, and approve.
Thank you. Mr. DeLarco, do you second it?
I second the motion.
Is there any further discussion on this motion at this time? Ms. Dillon? No. Mr. Camaro Sulak, any?
No questions.
Ms. Mitchell?
No, thank you.
Mr. Seal? Nope, doesn't look like it.
He's muted.
Jack, you muted?
Chris, is this budgeted in this fiscal year?
Yes, so, yeah, and the reason we're so kind of late in the budget year to get this done, the RFP I put out in January, so I just wanted to wait for the 911 conversion to be completed, which was done late November, if my memory serves me right. So my rule of thumb, I don't want to put an RFP out in December. There's too much going on, people out of the office, so I was kind of hoping to get, a really nice level of response, which we did. So we put out the 1st of January, and then unfortunately the response, I think our due date was March 16th, which was right in the middle of everything going on. So it's just been delayed a little bit with my own priorities, trying to get everybody off site and all that. So I apologize for the delay, but like I said, I'm excited to get it going.
Very good, thank you.
Excellent. Mr. DeLarco, any questions?
This time, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you. I'll reread the motion just so we have it clear for the recording. Moved Camaro Sulak, second DeLarco, to acknowledge receipt of the May 12, 2020 memo from Technology Support Coordinator Shonk and to approve the purchase agreement with IBS Communications in the amount of $25,080. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item 20-74 Salt Spring Project Agreement. Carla Scruggs, I would ask if you would give us a brief update.
Yes, I will. So in 2018, this is going to be just a brief rundown. 2018, we applied for a DNR grant, went through the entire process of public hearings, approval by all the governing bodies like our Park Commission, City Council. The grant was through the Land and Water Conservation Fund. DNR did approve our grant application, which was terrific. It went to the SHPO office, which is the State Historic Preservation Office, for approval. There was an extraordinary amount of time for their approval because they were moving offices at that time. Then once they approved it, it went on to the National Park Service. That's required because this is a Land and Water Conservation Fund grant. So National Park Service did their due diligence, investigated, and did approve the grant. And now we're at that point where we have to, it comes back to us for the just kind of stamp of approval. The project agreement has to be properly formalized, and a resolution from this council has to be put into my rec grants. It's an online portal now that the DNR uses. And just as a recap, I think some of the people on council now were not on council when it was approved, but I think we all kind of know about it. It's a $150,000 grant with the city paying 50% of the grant amount. And it's for creating a public parking space and a walkway into the park, to the entrance. It's not developing the park, it's just creating that public entrance into the park. And along with it, there would be some signage about the park, kind of a, in our vision would be like a historical review of that land as we approach the park. And then
Carla, I'm so sorry. It's Kristen Mitchell. Could I ask that the moderator mute the lines? I'm having some other sounds, and I really want to focus on what Carla's saying. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I think it is Carla. I thought maybe it was. I was checking everybody, but everybody's muted.
Oh, okay, sorry, Carla, your noise is completely acceptable. Okay,
I'm sorry,
no.
there's another Zoom going on in the other room.
I
so
get
we're
it.
trying-
I'm fine that it's you. Never mind. It's cool.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell.
I apologize. Where was I? Anyway, our recap on the amount and whatnot. And the first phase of this grant, or this grant is a first phase of the development of Salt Springs Park, which is strictly the parking area and the walkway into the park. I did want at the start of that, I did reach out to our assigned grant coordinator and ask if there's, is there any delay or any risk in, grant funding being paid or anything. And this is an approved grant by the state, so there's no risk in not having those funds available. It's just that, when we're doing anything, we have to adhere to the governor's executive orders and so on and so forth. And then regarding our timeline, once we have this approved or submitted into my grants, then once it's reviewed by our grants coordinator, then our timeline will have until June 30th of 2022 to complete the grant project. And then, so I was talking with Jeff to, try to come up with our timeline.
I think Carla froze up. Just a moment. Let's see what's. Oh, she's back.
Did you hear anything I said?
Yeah, you just froze up about 10 seconds ago, 15 seconds ago. So if you could. It was about, you were mentioning about Jeff Fordyce and you were coordinating.
Sure. So timeline, the money is earmarked in our fiscal year 2021. The bidding of the project would be in this fall of 2020, and then with construction in the spring of 2021. And that would, we would complete that grant project well within our time limit of June 30th of 2022.
You're muted.
I can't hear you.
Sorry, apologies. The rain's banging on my window. I want to make sure we can be heard. Mr. Camaro Sulak, why don't I go ahead with you, and if you have any questions, please.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Gearbaugh. Thank you, Mrs. Scruggs. Can you clarify, it sounded like you were saying that this is an approved grant. I'm just concerned about what kind of risk we may have, as we are responsible for the engineering costs prior to construction, that we won't incur those costs and not be able to get the grant funding.
The engineering of this phase was already completed by Beckett and Rader when we started this process in 2016. And we will probably incur some costs, which is built into this grant for construction engineering, which would be part of the bid documents that we have. So this project is priced out accordingly.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know. Do we have much control for the contract to limit any liability that we have? If something changes, I'm a bit concerned about, what kind of expansion we would do for the wastewater treatment plant. I don't know if I think you were on when that email was read regarding how close it is, and there may be utilities or underneath the proposed parking area. How can we, what do we do with that information and to make sure that we aren't, we aren't limiting what we can do for the wastewater treatment plant and maybe incurring other costs down the line?
If I might, can I suggest Mr. Fordyce chime in at this time?
Thank you. So one thing that makes that not that much of a concern is the fact that the parking lot itself is not on city property. It's on an easement that the city acquired from the adjacent property about 4 or 5 years ago for this purpose. So if we were going to pass utilities through the area where the parking lot is, we would have to acquire additional easements from that property owner. There was another point about possibly needing to raise the berm for flood control purposes. That may be, but we don't know that now. We don't know that we'll be expanding across the street. I mean, we don't own the property across the street. We haven't had any conversations with that property owner regarding a wastewater treatment plant expansion. That seems like the most likely and best scenario from the siting study, but that, it's years away. So if we, if we wait until we know everything, we won't do anything.
Okay.
This project has been in the works for a long time, and the amount of connection between the two sides will likely be, one pipe going over and one pipe coming back.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad it's been thought through. And then is it possible to do the crushed limestone and in keeping with how the project was originally brought to council? I mean, I wasn't on council at that time, but based on Mr. Peters' information, it sounds like that might be the way we want to go. Or is there some change that we're not aware of, that we need to have it paved?
So the park, when the park was created and made a park, it was with the intent of it being a natural and very lightly developed park. Some trails, some observation points, some the opportunity to view the salt springs. This project is parking and an entryway to get to the park. This project is at the wastewater treatment plant. And every time we've brought this project to council, it has been this essential design: a paved parking lot and a paved walkway to get to the park. So we're traversing the wastewater treatment plant. We're not traversing pristine wilderness here. We're going across an industrial site to get to the pristine wilderness.
I agree. The wastewater treatment plant is definitely not pristine wilderness.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that answers my questions. So I appreciate the information. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Delarco, any questions?
Yeah, I just want to highlight some of the concerns that have been brought forward through the committee and certain members of the public with emails and Mr. Peters' comments. I think the feeling is that there's been a general bait and switch with how this was originally pitched to the board commissions and planning commission and what the vision for this space in this park would be, and that it was supposed to be a lightly developed natural sort of preserve. And it's, as a result of this Beckett and Radar study, it's gotten ballooned into this $150,000. Now, I understand there's a grant that subsidizes half of that cost, but still contemplating spending $75,000 of taxpayer money to traverse a wastewater treatment plant to get to a park. I'm not sure that's a good use of our resources at this time in light of everything that's happened. And I do recognize that this has been in the planning phase for some time. I also recognize that I wasn't on council at the time a lot of this came forward. But I have to deliberate on the information that's presented before me at the current time and the current pandemic. And I'm just really struggling to see how this makes any sense right now.
Ms. Croes, could you give us an overview of what you did in terms of the input and other things that happened?
Certainly. This all started in 2016. We secured Beckett and Rader to help us develop this park once it was became a park in 2013. The intent of this park is to keep it very natural, feature all of the natural features that it has, which is the salt springs. There's a lot of historical information or historical significant things that happened down there, encampments from the War of 1812, fur traders were down there, etc. The park plan, the development plan, which was designed by Beckett and Rader, is just that. It's all natural. It's boardwalks over areas that are wet. It's overlooks over water features. It's maybe some educational points, which might be you're sitting on rocks or wood benches or whatnot. It's a very natural feel for this park. This phase of what we're doing is not the park development. This is actually just creating a parking area for our public and a walkway to get to the actual front gates of the park. This is something that the DNR is very concerned with ADA accessibility. This provides that. It provides stability along that embankment, which goes down to the river. It addresses long-term, this is going to be around for a long time. We're hoping a lot of people use this park. We've had a lot of conversations with the schools. They do want to use it for educational purposes, historic purposes, and we want to be able to get people into that park and have a safe way for them to get there. Right now, if you had walked through there, it's not an easy walk into there. It's a grass pathway with some manhole covers in the middle of it, and this was what was presented to City Council, to our Park Commission. Everyone has approved it. There has been some conversation with a few people that don't quite agree with that. But it was approved, and this is what was submitted to the DNR, and that's what was approved. This is the scope of work that is in the grant. And at this point, to change that, they would not accept any changes. We would be forfeiting the grant if we decide to do anything different. So I hope that answers your question.
To some extent, yeah. I'm very mindful of the concern that was raised, though, with respect to expanding at our current location with the wastewater treatment plant and acquiring the property across the street is the most likely plausible way in which we're going to maintain sustainability and provide for increased capacity as we grow as a community. And all that, if that's what ends up happening, this would be money we're just throwing away after that's done to increase the water treatment plant. So yeah, I'll leave it there for my concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Delacour. Ms. Mitchell, any questions, please?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Team, I'm really excited that we can get this off the ground. I feel like I went to meetings before I was on council. If it was 2016, that was before I was on council. I think I partook in some of the public input, and I was very excited. And some of the things that Ms. Scruggs mentioned about, this being a really foundational block of our local history is meaningful to me. I do have some questions related to some things from citizens. I feel a lot better, as you've answered some of the questions. So I guess my first question is, there was a concern, and Jeff, Mr. Fordyce, this might be for you. There was a concern that in the Tetra Tech report that an area of the riverside would need to be regraded. Can you speak to that concern regarding the context of this project?
Yeah, those, that is a possibility, that, you know, down the road when we're actually renovating the plant, expanding, that we may have to make grade changes to the flood protection berm. And, you know, that would be unfortunate if we're looking at, you know, removing the fences and the concrete in order to do that. We may, I mean, we haven't built it yet, so we might be able to look ahead at that possibility, at that recommendation from Tetra Tech, not really a recommendation, but a possible future issue, and see if that elevation is a easily determinable elevation, and maybe we can just do that right now before we put the sidewalk down.
I mean, that would be a great thing to correct. Things that cities are accused of as far as not having foresight. So I would be really excited if we could look. Obviously, we don't have a crystal ball, but looking at that, I believe the plan is to have a new wastewater treatment plant sooner rather than later. It sounds like we're trending towards the same site. And so I would greatly appreciate it if we could look at that. If you could report back to us in a way that we can share with the public, so that they know about those concerns.
Yep.
Okay. I'm really happy that we're talking about that. We're making emphasis that this is the entrance to the park. I have toddled around the wastewater treatment plant in all kinds of weather and at all times of day and night. Occasionally I go down if there's a complaint about odor. And so I can say, yes, it's not, the entrance is not really super, and it's interesting, and I think a fence for safety, and I can understand the inclination towards paving. Mr. Fordyce, can you talk about maintenance? So for example, 10 years from now, the path needs to be redone. What is the advantage of asphalt or a paved path over something like limestone?
Well, the limestone, you know, that requires more frequent maintenance in terms of, you know, smoothing it out, grading it. It's, you know, somewhat susceptible to erosion, not terribly, but, you know, we are right at the top of a riverbank, and, you know, placing erodible material there, I don't think DNR would really be excited about that. It seems to me like, so there are two fences involved. There's a security fence for the wastewater treatment plant, and then there's a fall protection fence for the folks on the trail. And, you know, those have to be in close proximity to each other because there's just not a lot of real estate to deal with in where we're squeezing this pathway through. Mm-hmm. And there are, as Carla mentioned, there's multiple manholes related to the wastewater treatment plant, and those cannot move. And unfortunately, we can't move the pathway around them either. So concrete gives us the ability to make as flush a surface as possible with those manholes being in the walkway. And
okay.
So I'm sorry. The concrete will last much longer than 10 years without really needing anything significant.
And then there's something about the fact that this path is also going to be used by maintenance vehicles to access wastewater utilities, or I feel like I heard that recently or somewhere along the way.
Not this part of the path.
Not this part. Okay. Yeah. All right. So I'm glad to.
Within the park proper, we have one of our main sewer lines, and there are manholes in there that we currently don't have great access to. So we're hoping to kind of do double duty. We'll clear out a pathway for park purposes and make it suitable for sewer maintenance vehicles.
That's what it was. Okay, thank you for helping me refresh my memory. For other council members and members of the public, having been to a lot of parks in Ann Arbor, because I lived there for a number of years, there's a park that's Barton Pond, and it's kind of the same deal where there's an industrial building, there's security fencing, and there's a path going through to the park proper. So I think with this information, I'm starting to get a better idea of what the intention is. There are also manhole covers in the middle of of the path along Argo Park. You can travel from the dam over to even the highway by foot, and there are manhole covers in the middle of a dirt path. So, that's just one of those things. I'm comfortable with it. I'm happy to hear about the natural intention for the rest of the park, and I'm better understanding that this is merely the entrance and for safety. So I'm all set. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Mr. CEO, any questions, comments?
The only comment I would have is that I'm prepared to vote to approve the grant.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Ms. Dillon, any comments or questions?
Thank you. Just a couple. Jeff, can you remind me, is this a seasonal park? Like, will it be closed for a portion of the year?
That might be more of a question for Carla. I think it will be year round. With the natural paths, we won't be doing any snow clearing in there, but I think it could be open for hiking, cross-country skiing.
Snowshoeing, etc.
Okay. So then would we be plowing this parking lot in the winter?
Yeah, the parking lot and the entrance path would be doing snow clearing on those.
Okay. And that is a much easier process than if, my computer's about to die if I don't plug it in. Hang on one second. These meetings last too long. So I apologize. So then I guess what I'm trying to get at, so if it were to be a limestone, it would be much more difficult than to safely clear the pathway.
Yeah. The limestone parking lot would not meet our zoning ordinance. And yeah, clearing a concrete pathway is a lot easier than gravel.
Okay. And just for the public's understanding of this, this conversation is coming about, a few of the people that were intricate in the development of this park have reached out to council about some of these aspects, and that's why the limestone versus concrete, and that's why I think there's this new resurgence of questions about it. And so I guess I do understand that, we did make a plan initially, and it was, I don't know when it switched over, if it was based strictly on the Beckett and Rader report, that it went from being a natural limestone type entranceway to being a paved. But it seems like from what you're saying now, Ms. Scruggs, that's the detail of the grant. So we are obligated to pave it, correct?
Yes, that's the scope of work in the grant that was approved, and any deviation from that is not allowed.
Okay, so we don't really have an issue at this point.
And just by the way, I'd be happy to share, I should have done this before, but the 2016 park development plan, I can have Terry send that out to you tomorrow, but it details everything, and it's very, I'm sure, reassuring that this park is a natural area with very natural features. Like I mentioned, like maybe a educational area made with boulders all sitting around so that you can sit and talk about the history of the park. And it'll feel very natural. There'll be, boardwalks and, just, regular trails and things like that.
I think I remember those drawings from some of the public open houses, so I appreciate you mentioning that. Mr. Forte, so just quickly in closing then, I appreciate what was the conversation with Ms. Mitchell, and if there is an opportunity to shore up that side or look at any kind of re-engineering of it at this point, I would be, most grateful that we explore that option now. As far as the expansion of the wastewater treatment, it may happen, it may not. We're not sure exactly what the time frame is. And to hold up this project when we have the dollars now, I don't see that we can logistically do that on the, well, what if aspect.
Yeah, and there would be, in any scenario of wastewater treatment plant expansion across the street, there will be some pavement, existing pavement that gets disturbed in that process. And I think that it will basically be the driveway, the existing driveway, which I don't think gets repaved in this project. So, we're not, like I said before, we're not going to be putting pipes underneath the parking lot because it's not our property. Unless we do some negotiation and acquire another easement there or acquire the property. Looking at the elevation, I think that's a great idea, and we'll get going on that. And in terms of things changing, I wasn't super involved in the original formation of the park and that, those statements of natural qualities. But in terms of the entry, providing a parking lot and an access path, to the best of my knowledge, this is the plan that has, in one form or another, always been there. It's a paved parking lot because that's what our zoning requires, and get across the wastewater treatment plant somehow. So this small portion of it, outside the park proper on the wastewater treatment plant, at least in my association with this project, this is what it's always been. And this does not change anything inside the park boundaries.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm all set, Mr. Gearba.
Thank you, Ms. Dillon. Just a couple of comments. And yeah, when we looked at this, I think the issue was, one of the concerns was always going to be access to this park because of the way it was situated and how to get to it. And there wasn't an easy way because of the surrounding of other private properties and so forth. And I believe this approach has been vetted. It's been through our Parks Commission, Council. We had, in fact, I believe, had 2 other open sessions where we asked for input as a result of just kind of a short, what do I call them, little group study when we were talking about parks, the master plan, and some of those aspects. So from my perspective, I think I know people, just like anything else, and even like tonight, we have disagreements on how we want things to move forward. But I believe that we've had a lot of input and everything in this. And as Mr. Fordyce said, we don't know what land acquisitions or whatever else could occur with the building of a new plant if we locate it there. So there's a number of other, variables to which they're 5 to 10 years in the future. And at least in this point, we have a safe approach for people to park. We have an approach to get in for, individuals. It becomes less maintenance bound if we don't have it as gravel. And there are some issues with our building codes. But I think the other priority is that this has been reviewed by the DNR/Eagle, whichever I'm not sure is in charge right now. But they're the ones that, pretty much we think they're the experts and want to be able to continue to work with them. And I think at this point, if we're all agreeable that this is a good approach for this park, I think we'll move forward with that. And with that, if I may, Ms. Mitchell, would you move to approve the Michigan Department of Natural Resources Land and Water Conservation Fund?
I certainly will. Thank you.
Okay, and I will finish up. Project agreement for Salt Spring Park project number 26-01814 and to adopt the formal resolution as provided in the project agreement packet. And since Ms. Mitchell moved it, Ms. Dillon, would you second the motion?
Yes, I will.
All right. With that, we have a mover and a seconder. If there's no other further discussion, and I'd like to make the motion, would those in favor please say aye?
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
With that, we have 5 ayes and 1 nay. The motion passes.
I'm sorry.
Thank you all. Moving on next to the 25-7.
I'm so sorry, it's Kristen Mitchell. I think Terry wanted to ask a question about the vote. Is that correct, Terry?
That is correct. Who was our
Sorry,
next?
Terry. There were 5. What was the question, Terry? Please go ahead.
I need to know who was a dissent vote.
We had 1 dissent, and that was Mr. DeLarco, correct? Jim?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, then, we'll move on to the next item. Next item being the Leather Bucket Alley Agreement of 2020. I'm going to make a motion to acknowledge receipt from Paul Gregorian. At this point, do I have a second from someone? Kevin, would you second that receipt? Thank you. With that, let's move to Clerk Royal for her to give a brief overview of what we're being requested of.
Mr. Gregosian is asking for the Leather Bucket Alley Agreement to be renewed, but he's looking at hopefully a longer contract. He's asked because he would like to do some improvements to the alley that he feels like there should be a longer agreement. So I have outlined what he has asked for. And he would like it to be an automatic renewal instead of a yearly renewal. Of course, I can't tell him yes or no, so that's being brought to council for your review and your determination.
All right, and unfortunately, we don't have Mr. Campbell here. Could you, and I'm just going to kind of lead a little, or Mr. Green, does Mike have any? No, he doesn't either. Terry, could you provide a little idea of what kind of improvements he's talking about?
He was talking about putting in some planters and sprucing up the alley. That's all he told me. But he didn't want to put in any kind of investment if he couldn't guarantee any length of time.
Okay. So I guess on this one, why don't we just do a round robin and start with Mr. Camaro Sulak. Any questions or comments? I could provide a little history if you'd like.
No, I remember from last year, I was at a council meeting when it was discussed and approved. So, but I mean, you're welcome to chime in if I don't recall correctly. I think that's a great space there. I would ask, have the other property owners been surveyed or asked if they would like to use that space? I'm concerned, especially with the social distancing and needing to provide opportunities to other businesses for the expansion into the streets and any space that's available, as Holly aptly explained earlier. I don't know if the 109 Cultural Exchange could use that space. I think there's a lot of value in the use. I just want to make sure that we have fairly offered the opportunity to other businesses, or perhaps it should be kept open and available for people to go grab a sandwich or a cupcake and a smoothie and go to that and enjoy it, because some of our businesses don't have that much space inside to be able to sit down and enjoy. So I get the strong feeling that would be a very coveted space for the public to use and possibly other businesses. So I would hope that Smokehouse 52 has been approached and given an opportunity. Same with the 109, and we have Benito's that's open right there across from it. Obviously, that's an empty space, and that would be a potential use for that tenant as well, because that is city property that we maintain. It's almost like a small park area, if you will. So, and that might detract from a tenant use of that space, or other businesses that are both on South Ann Arbor Street and North Ann Arbor Street. So with the absence of Mr. Campbell,
Let's ask Ms. Royal if, one of the concerns, I think I agree with you, is to understand, we already know that 109 is proposing something in the alley, but for them, it's more decorating, putting in some flowers and things around their entrance. They haven't mentioned anything about seating directly behind their building at this point, whatever. And Holly's going to approach that differently. But Terry, could you address, they really haven't heard anything from Smokehouse or from the owner of what formerly used to be Benito's, correct?
I had sent out letters to everyone who is adjoining the building. And also Holly put out information to business owners because everybody is closed right now, so it's hard to get a hold of people. But Paul was the only one who responded back, and then Holly said that they were interested in using it, but theirs is just for beautification and cleaning up some of the areas and putting like light bulbs or light fixtures up. So that was the basis of the reason behind the one area where the stairs are. There's not really enough room for tables, and that's part of the problem.
If you can remind me, doesn't the furniture belong to Mr. Gregorian?
Yes, the chairs, tables belong to him.
Got it. So really, it would be an open space, or however that would play out there. But moving on, why don't Mr. Del Orco, do you have any statement?
I'd just like to underscore and highlight a lot of what Mr. Councilman Camaro Sulak had said. I respect that Rock and Grill has made good use of this space, and has maintained this space, and has done a good job of that. However, we're in very uncertain times right now, and committing ourselves to a 3 to 5 term may very well impede our ability to lease the space at the vacant Benito's Pizza location. We don't know where B52 is on this at the moment. In the interest of giving equal access and providing equal opportunity to all of our small town business owners, I'm comfortable with the 1-year license renewal, but to lock ourselves down to a 3 to 5 year term, I just can't get behind that.
That's helpful. Maybe we'll talk about it from that perspective, whether you would like the renewal or in 1 year or 3 year term in that type of situation. So thank you, Ms. DeLarco. Ms. Mitchell, oops, sorry. Looks like we lost her. I'm going to move to.
No.
Oh.
I'm here. I beg your pardon. I took my video off because I have a point of information that I had communication with the Main Street director today, and I said, I will be asking at tonight's meeting regarding the alley application. I'll be asking if the city has gotten in touch with Smokehouse or Benny's for the sake of parity. And Ms. Andrews wrote back, Barbecue 52 is not interested in the alley. I don't believe Benny's is interested. And she further asked that some of the restrictions and deadlines, she was going to talk about in her presentation tonight, and she discussed that. So I don't think I can get behind a longer contract, just because our external market pressures are so funky right now. But I'm happy to do a year. I have enjoyed a nice cocktail from Brecken's at that very spot we're discussing, so I have to disclose that. I'm fond of this space, and my understanding, I can echo that Saline Main Street is interested in beautification and cleanup of the alley. She mentioned that some light fixtures are dirty and just doing some cleanup. So I hope that information is helpful to my other council members, and I'll be able to go back on video after I figure out how. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. That was helpful. Ms. Dillon. Oops, I skipped Jack. Sorry. Mr. Steele.
I was just going to chime in too. I asked this very same question last year, and I remember Terry sent out the surveys to the surrounding property owners as a result of my question last year. And last year we had the same result. Nobody indicated any interest except Paul Gagosian. Mr. Gagosian has contributed a great deal to the community. He's a member of he's a business of long standing in Saline at the Four Corners there. I think he gets more and more involved as he goes on. He's done a great deal to assist. I know the Saline-Lindenberg Friendship Committee at the time of Oktoberfest by providing us access to his kitchen to prepare food, as is now required by the health department. He's been the prime moving force, I think, but behind keeping that alley open and to make it what it is today. So I guess I am in favor, as opposed to some of my colleagues, to go ahead and renewing this and for at least a 3-year term, because I think what he's asking is reasonable in terms of him wanting to make more investment, not wanting to do so if he can't go beyond a longer term than a 1-year contract. And it's not any real cost to the city, because I think we're only leasing it to him for $1 a year. So it's not like we're losing an opportunity for income by not extending it for a longer period of time. That's what I have to say about that.
Oops. Thank you, Mr. Steele. Ms. Dillon, any comments, statement?
Thank you. I think you may recall that for the past several years, every time this comes up, this agreement comes up, I do take issue with it. I don't think it is in the best interest of the city to be leasing out this piece of property. I think this is a community asset at a point where there's very limited public space over on that side of the street. There used to be a very small pocket park, which has now been remade into bicycle parking. Having just plain access for people in that area, I think is really important. I feel as though if the city is willing and has been willing to invest money into Merchant Park, significant dollars into Merchant Park, which is land that they don't even own, because they feel the need for an open community space, I don't understand why we would be giving away our land for $1 and really removing that space for our community members. That's been my position all along, and I will stay with it. I would have to say that I would really urge council members to consider, if you're going to vote for this, to do this as a 1-year, because things change, businesses change. And right now, the former Benito's spot is vacant, but it could be leased at any point. And to say, oh, I'm sorry, that space is not available for 3 years because you've missed it by, a week deadline, or if one of the other businesses that border that alley change their mind, they are locked out for a very long time. And at a time when we are looking at alternative seating, I think that it's really important to look long-term at that.
Thank you, Ms. Dillon. And I agree, I think we all have some very good points here, and I agree with Ms. Dillon from the perspective of The one business being open, my concern being that if we lock this up for 3 years, that business wouldn't necessarily have the opportunity to use it if they wish to share it or whatever. For me, I believe that Paul has done an extraordinary job keeping that, maintaining it, and as part of his business has been beneficial to him, and we want to encourage that. For me, a 1 year, definitely. As to moving on to a 2 or 3 year or a 3 year one, I would almost like to have a statement in there from the perspective of, should the business, another restaurant business or something open up in the Benito and they wish to use the alley, that they would be able to do that. But from this perspective and what I'm hearing tonight, it's sounding more like maybe a 1 year. And with that, I'm going to ask, is there someone that would like to make a motion? Mr. Seal, perhaps?
Don't we already have a motion on the floor, Mr. Goodall?
We do.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, right, we have a receipt, I'm sorry. With that, any other input? I'm sorry. Let's make a motion to acknowledge the receipt of, regarding the request from Paul Gagorsian, and those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Now let's move on to the idea of what would you like to see happen in terms of the agreement? Is there anyone that would like to make a motion at this point?
I'd like.
Mr. Seal or Jim? I see you started.
I'd like to make a motion to carry forward with what we've done historically, to renew the license agreement for 1 year.
Okay.
I'll support that.
I'll second that, or Ms. Mitchell can.
So let me read the motion. I think I've got the two right now. To acknowledge receipt of the May 8th, 2020 from, to approve or not approve the Leather Bucket Alley agreement with Brecken Grill, and to approve extending the agreement for 1 year with or without automatic renewals. So let me restate that again. To approve the Leather Bucket Alley agreement with Brecken Grill, and to approve extending the agreement for 1 year without an automatic renewal. Is that correct, Mr. DeLarco?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Yearbaugh.
And Ms. Mitchell, do you support that?
I do support that. I'll have something to say during discussion.
No problem. Okay. And with that, do we have discussion? And I'll move into Mr. Camaro Sulak.
Yes, thank you. What kind of limitations would there be on, say, somebody else wants to, go in there? I'm not saying sit in the Brecken chairs or tables, but say further down the alley. Obviously, there's going to be a walkway through it, but say somebody just wants a spot to in the shade to enjoy their muffin and smoothie.
Gary, could you address that? Let's answer that question first, Kevin. Terry, do you remember there is some use for Saline Main Street, I believe, for certain events if we have them this summer. But
Correct.
Also, people are still allowed to traverse it because it's an open alleyway, if I remember.
It is a public alley, and there is a public alleyway through there. However, there's no chairs or benches past Paul's area for people just to sit. So, I mean, if you want to sit on the cement, it's not real comfortable, but you are allowed to go in through there and recline if that's what you want to do.
Yeah. Does that answer your question, Kevin?
Yeah, it does, because I think the rest of the public should have access and be able to enjoy some of that space as well. And I'm also wondering if there's maybe chairs would be available at the Saline Main Street, just inside their door there, that could be available, for people to sit and just relax for a little bit while they eat their muffin and enjoy their smoothie.
The problem, Kevin, is that they have to have a 5-foot walkway for pedestrians because that's ADA compliant. And so you want to make sure that the chairs, wherever they are secure so that people aren't moving them close together in a group, but they're blocking it, especially with that new staircase that's in the alley. If you get into that area, it limits where you can put chairs.
Okay, well,
But I agree, we could use chairs in there, but we'd have to figure something out.
right, I was just thinking off the top of my head. That's really the only question that I have, I guess, aside from the furniture that equipment that he already has out there. Some planners would look nice in there, but that is not a really big investment. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DeLarco, any further comments?
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell, you had a statement or comment?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just was interested in a council member's comment about what would happen if the former Benito space is rented out. I don't anticipate a startup necessarily happening this year because of everything that's going on, but who knows? And I wonder what other council members think about some type of clause that, how do we address that? I mean, obviously, so we're going to have a contract for a year. That's what I support. But how are we going to address changes? And I guess I need some help figuring that out.
If I remember last year, I kind of made a similar suggestion when we decided that 1 year seemed appropriate. At this point in time, should something happen, and you're right, if something was to be done, then at least we have 1 year automatically would allow us to give them a consideration. So it's whether we want to go back and rewrite the agreement and everything, or do we want to just take the opportunity now to know that Mr. Gagosian, never say his name right, is moving forward with this and wanting to invest the money and everything. So we at least know for sure he will be there. We're kind of speculating on what's happening with Benito's, but at least a 1 year time period. It's just this summer. And I think you're right. It's going to be kind of hit or miss and how we actually see this play out. So I like your idea. I think maybe that's something we need to consider next year should there not be anything in there and we decide to go for a much longer 3 year agreement. But that's just my opinion.
No, I really appreciate that input. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Dillon, any further statement?
Thank you. Yes. I believe last year we spoke about it, and I don't recall seeing it in this agreement. Is that wasn't there a clause in the past that talked about that that the city had the right to use that space, say 3 times over the course of a period of time? Is that clause still in this contract?
It is, isn't Terry? That one did not change, did it?
That did not change. We will continue to have that.
So we still have, the city would have access to utilize it. I guess, my whole concern right now too is that with the 109 moving downtown, that's a public space. That's the whole premise of it. And it would seem as though that alley would be a really natural transition to where they could be doing things. Once again, I will go back to Merchant Park. I sat on that committee and there was a lot of movement of the importance of having that as a public space, an outdoor public space. And I just don't understand why at this point the city is not utilizing what would be a free space for them. I appreciate what Brecken Grill has done with it. I have enjoyed that outdoor space, but at the same time, it should be a space that's available to all residents. You should not have to be a customer of Brecken Grill in order to enjoy that space. I think there's a lot of potential for the city to utilize that at very low cost. And I guess what I want to make note of is that in the memo from the property owner, he did suggest that, he wants to make improvements, but he's really hesitant to do that if it's a 1 year agreement. So I just want council to realize that, it may be the status quo for this year And so, there may not be any further beautification or aspects to that alley this year, based on what input we got from the business.
And I think with that, I mean, what we communicate back to him will help make him the decision on what we, as we approach it. So at this point, I believe,
May I speak?
pardon me? Oh, yeah, sorry, Jack, I apologize.
That's right. I'm willing to support the one-year agreement, but only because that sounds like what the majority of council is going to do. And even if I insist on wanting to go with a 3-year, I don't think that stands much of a chance of passing muster here. I guess I would harken back to what I hear Ms. Dillon saying, though, that I doubt that Paul is going to want to put any more money into what he's already got there, lacking more than a one-year agreement. So just to make sure that people realize that you're missing that opportunity, potentially. So.
Thank you. Any other comments? So at this point, let's.
I'm sorry. It's
Ms.
Kristen.
Mitchell?
I beg your pardon. I raised my hand, but I had my mute on.
I didn't see it either. Thanks. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I really appreciate what Councilmember Dillon and Councilmember CO are saying. Regarding improvements, I think it's, maybe waiting for a year is okay for improvements. We don't know what the 109's ideas are, and maybe that would give us time. I hate for the restaurant owner to put money into something when I think it is worth looking at. Do we need to not lend that property, as Ms. Dillon is suggesting? And maybe that's a future consideration. The restaurant does have other seating facing US 12, not in the alley. So it's something I would consider, but I guess I'd prefer that there is no investment for now, because there could be something really good happening down the road, especially with the 109. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I just appreciate Breck and Grill's request in moving this forward. From my perspective, I think we should just go ahead and move forward on the vote. If those are all those in favor of the motion as stated, a 1 year without automatic renewal, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
One opposition. So Terry, the nay was Ms. Dillon.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And with that, the motion passes. Thank you all. Moving on to discussion. Are there any commission, committee, or task force reports from council members?
Dean, did
Ms.
you?
Mitchell?
I'm sorry, Terry, did you need a question?
Dean, did you want to do bills before we went into commissions?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't write that down. Yes, please go ahead.
I'll wait.
Terry, could you go ahead? Do I have a motion to approve bills consisting of 53 payees in the amount of $406,000, $810.14? Would you move the motion, Mr. CO?
I would.
And do I have a second?
I'll second it.
From Mr. Camaro Sulak. I believe there was a question. Mr. DeLarco, could you please ask your question? I think this was for Steve, correct?
Correct. This is related to the emergency pump charge, the $12,000. It was my understanding at the time that that event occurred that we were going to be looking into seeking damages as a result of this being a fairly new piece of equipment that failed in a critical time. So I was hoping you could comment on where we are on that, Mr. Wiskowski.
Sure. So, yeah, we did seek damages for that, plus UIS, utilities instrumentation coming on site, and Kennedy coming on site. And again, with the March 28th failure when we had the next flood event. And E&L Construction, the contractor for the odor control unit, or contract, which this flood pump was under, is not willing to pay that. So our attorney has written them a letter, demanding payment. We are also withholding our final payment on the odor control system to them because we have an issue with that, and also a vibration with the fan at the bioscrubber. Somebody's coming to look at that tomorrow or Wednesday as well. So we are withholding our final payment. But the payment to Mercino, that is a third party, and they did come on site and deliver a service. So they should be paid, and then I think we should settle that between us and E&L after.
Okay, that's fair enough. I just wanted clarification on that, and I appreciate you giving me that. Thank you so much, Mr. Skowski.
Sure.
And we can request that Mr. Campbell give us an update if he can, to understand what's happening with that process or whatever in terms of reimbursement. Any further questions from anyone? With that, I'd like to make the motion. We have a moved by Mr. Camaro Sulak and supported by Mr. DeLorco, I believe.
Sure.
Yep. Those in favor of paying that bill, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Terry, what would you like me to move on to next?
You can go on with the commission's.
Commission and committee reports? Thank
Yes.
you. I know there's a couple items that we added on the end, and I want to make sure we get the right sequence. So any commission, committee, and task force reports? Ms. Mitchell, I believe, had one. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to let folks know that the Historic District Commission did meet virtually. It was a very good meeting. We are very excited that our project, we got help from the state financially to do a new a survey on a prospective new historic district, and that's able to move ahead. And I'm coordinating with the state folks to for the hiring of an intern and making sure that everything can go forward and follow our health guidelines. So that's my only committee announcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dillon, any committee or reports?
You're on mute, Jen.
You're muted.
There it goes. Sorry, I double clicked. I think what I will do, because I want to make sure that I say it correctly, so I'm going to defer to Ms. Scruggs. Hopefully she can give a quick update about some of the reopenings aspects of our parks. Carla, can you take the lead on that?
Yes, certainly. So on officially May 13th, we decided that, or we reviewed all of the different areas that were closed, and based on some information through Ann Arbor and Washtenaw County and actually some other communities, we were looking at some of those facilities and amenities that you could do individually. So for example, tennis, you can always hit against the backboard, you can practice your serving, or you could play singles and create that social distancing. So we, starting May 13th, the gates were open, and within hours, people were already out there playing, definitely keeping social distancing and really adhering to the guidelines that we put together. In addition to that, basketball, we put the hoops back up because that's something that you can go out and just shoot by yourself. We're asking, part of the guidelines are that there is no team play. It's, shoot by yourself or with a family member only. We ask that you try not to touch any equipment or whatnot. In addition to that, for basketball and tennis, we have the dog park we opened back up. Guidelines for that is that you maybe take some wipes and sanitize the gates, because you have to touch the gates to get in and out. Take your dog poop bags with you, and no more than, I believe we said 5 people in the park at a time. And then obviously while in that park, keeping social distancing. And disc golf. So we have 5 disc golf baskets around Teft Park, and we've allowed that to be reopened. The guidelines are you can do that individually or with others, but you have to definitely keep social distancing. If you get close to the basket within 5 feet, just call it a gimme. Don't go ahead and throw it into the basket. That way you can avoid touching any of the equipment and whatnot. And then I'm missing something. Tennis, disc golf, dog park, basketball, and
Soccer?
soccer. Thank you. Soccer, you can kick into the soccer net by yourself or with a family member. Again, the guidelines are keep social distancing, don't touch the goal posts, don't use the benches, and so on and so forth. We've put that out on social media. We've recreated our park kind of do's and don'ts signs. Those have been posted up by our DPW. And we also created some guidelines that are posted in front of each of those areas. So on fences or near the baskets for disc golf, near the soccer goals, near the basketball courts, and so on and so forth. I think very clear, hey, here are the rules. We want you to be able to do this, but here are the guidelines in order to enjoy these facilities. So I've heard good comments so far. I think people are ready to do some things. I think people are, going to be safe in doing that. We do have a couple of secret shoppers out there that are kind of keeping an eye on the parks to let me know if there's something not going the right way. Obviously, we always have that ability to kind of shut it back down if we need to. But I'm really hoping our community can enjoy the parks responsibly and adhere to those guidelines.
Carl, can I just interject for one quick second? Because I did get, I got 2 messages today based on this new thing. And where there's an issue, I think, with some residents is there's still an issue with the ballparks of why are we opening some but not the ballparks? Because if you're actually touching a fence at the dog park, why couldn't you be, hitting some balls over where you're not really touching any of the fencing? So I don't want to put you on the spot, but I just want to bring that to your attention that there are a little bit of issues. And I think there's a little bit of disconnect with people utilizing school property and not realizing that the school and the city are separately maintained. So I just was hoping that you could maybe see or maybe just look into what you think is going to be the time frame for those ballparks to reopen.
Yeah. I don't know right now for sure until stay at home is lifted. I've been in contact with our schools, with area parks and recreation departments, and no one has opened up their ball fields at this point. Playing ball is not an individual sport. You need someone else out there with you. If you want to take ground balls, you can take them in the grass. Actually, it's better practice for you. You can hit fly balls in the middle of a field. You don't have to be on a ball field to practice some skills. If we opened up our parks and no one else did, we're going to have everyone using our ball fields at that point. So we're trying to coincide with what other municipalities are doing as well. Ann Arbor has opened up basketball, disc golf, all of the things that we have as well. And I think it does make sense, trying to get things that you can do individually is our first phase.
Okay,
And I know for a fact, I've been in contact with SAYBNS, and they don't have any timeline for having softball or baseball starting up again. I did talk with Scott Towson. They're thinking hopefully by July, they would have some type of a season that they could put together July and August. So That's my reasoning.
Thank you, and thank you for the leniency, Mr. Gearbaugh, that very long-winded announcement.
No, I appreciate that. And then Carla, this information is also available on our website and on Facebook?
Yes, it is.
Correct. Okay, great. Moving on to next. Jim, do you have any announcements or anything?
Not at this time. My environmental commission is scheduled to meet for the first time since the outbreak on Thursday of this week, according to the calendar. I'm hopeful that will still happen. I haven't seen any emails or any communications about an agenda or what the plan is, but hopefully I'll have more to talk about next meeting.
Thank you. Jack, anything update on anything at this time?
No, sir, I don't.
Thank you. Kevin, any announcements or updates?
Yes, just real quickly, the Saline Youth Council actually is meeting tomorrow. We're going to continue monthly through the summer, check-ins and see how everybody's doing. Additional projects. If you recall, I did the Linden Square, writing the residents there some cheerful notes. There are 5 members that are graduating, so we are going to be, announcing and trying to recruit members for next year, and try to carry through the summer and into the fall, and hopefully up interest and membership in the group. That's all I have.
Great, appreciate that. Perfect. I don't have any at this time. Planning is not met, and believe I made the rounds. Moving on to the next item, organizational review update. Kristen, did you have an announcement?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, I made a commission report. I didn't know we had moved on to announcements. Is that okay?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to, first of all, Mayor Pro Tem, I am hoping to have a phone meeting with you about some budget items. I've had difficulty setting up that meeting, and I'm hoping if I email you tomorrow, could we arrange a phone meeting?
Yes, if my work schedule allows, so it should be about possible.
I would love it if you would consider that. I also want to announce to the public that while we've been discussing this HR position, I ruffled some feathers by suggesting that this person could report to council rather than to the city manager. My motivation was behind that was to have somebody who can advocate for all of our employees, including our city manager, including our police chief. And I think it's hard to advocate for somebody that you also report to. And I just want to let council know I am very open to suggestions. There might be other ways of achieving this. I am not suggesting we violate our charter. That was thrown around. That felt like a little bit of pearl clutching to me. But I would like this serious consideration because I do believe heartily that all of our employees need an advocate. And that is one of the most important roles that this HR person is going to fulfill. And so, please help me understand your position, make suggestions, and I'm really happy to discuss a wide variety of answers to that situation. As far as the risk management piece, the HR person is not responsible for the entire program, but carrying out what is dictated after we have been in communication with the expert. So I just wanted to clarify that piece. I think that is all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Dillon, you had your hand up?
I do, thank you. I'm sorry, because in the same light as Ms. Mitchell, I had made a committee report. I didn't realize we'd moved on to announcements. I have 2 very quick announcements, and they both circle around recycling. First, just a reminder to the public that currently there is no recycling at City Hall of batteries and such. I was there today, and unfortunately, someone felt the need to leave quite a few batteries and light bulbs outside of the building. Right now, the city is not collecting them, so we probably ask that you return those back to your home and bring them back to City Hall when the bins are there. Please do not leave things outside of City Hall. And then the second is, and Mr. Fordyce may want to touch base on this, the city had put out a notice today that there's a maintenance issue with recycling. And I believe it's for next week, but Mr. Fordyce, can you just clarify that when recycling is not going to happen?
So just like the last time there was an issue at the MRF, the collection will still happen, but the materials collected on those 2 dates will be landfilled. So again, if folks don't want that to happen, they'll just have to hold on until the next round of recycling. And the dates are May 28th and 29th, I think. We have a holiday delay that week, and pulling up my calendar here. So it'll be the 29th and 30th. Those are the collection dates that materials will be landfilled.
Janet, you're muted.
Thank you for the details, Mr. Fordyce. I just wanted to make sure that residents were aware that there would be that 1 week lag, and that if they put their recycles to the road, they will go to the landfill. Thank you.
Okay. I think I should respond in terms of the announcement comment. Unfortunately, Mr. Campbell isn't here, but just to clarify, maybe we didn't help in addressing one comment that was made before, that the belief that the chief reported to council, but the statement is that actually the chief reports to the city manager. So all staff and directors report to the city manager for day-to-day operations, since we are a council form of government. And then the most recent change that we made was to eliminate the annual contractual renewals and eliminated basically were 6-month severance packages and so forth to treat employees no differently than we would as an at-will employee, except for the chief and the city managers, whose contract we renew every year as part of our approach. I think the one thing that we did keep, and which was a controversial discussion, was the reporting or maintaining the hiring and firing of the directors on the recommendation of the city manager. In most situations, that would be by the necessarily not be brought back to our council. That could be something that could be discussed in the future. And without the city manager, again, I would allow him to advocate whatever he believes, and maybe we can have that discussion at the next meeting. Thank you. Just a clarification for that. And moving on, are there any other announcements from any other members of council at this? All right, thank you. Organizational review update. I don't know if Mr. Green, were you going to address this for us, or is there nothing?
Nothing to update this time.
Okay. The only thing I do want to mention, we did as a group, Ms. Dillon and I, at DPW director position and going forward, and there'll be some recommendations on that as a result of, the market at this point in time and concerns in terms of how to transition with Mr. Fordyce's departure moving forward. So we're looking forward to having some more input on that shortly. Moving next on to Mr. Wagowski, it's your turn to discuss the wastewater treatment plan. I know you're busy tonight with all the water, so we hopefully can have a quick update from you.
Yeah, thank you. So we're dealing with an emergency situation right now with the high rain event. This is the third time that our flood pump has been called for, and we're also having a problem with it once again. It's running at nearly full speed, but not keeping up. So I had UIS here trying to help with the programming part, and we have DPW here currently hooking up a portable pump to try to pump our effluent to the river. So again, this is treated water that we're having a problem with. So the river is very high. I have Jeff Escott in, who been here 27 years, I believe, and he said he's never seen the, the river and dam so high. So we've got a lot of rain today. It's a problem. So we're trying to deal with that as best we can. Worst case scenario, I'm going to try to get DPW to pump it down. If we can't do that, then I'm going to have to call in an outside contractor once again because it's nearly coming into our basement.
So are we, okay. Are we experiencing more water than we had?
Let me just give a brief update on the other stuff. RBCs, they're all installed. We're going to start them up tomorrow, depending probably on the rain situation, but that's the schedule for tomorrow. And we talked about the Mercino flood pumping bill that I think it's only fair that they get paid, and then we settle that between us and the contractor. That actually did happen 4 months ago, so they're not at fault. They provided a service to us. An expensive service. I'm going to try to use somebody else tonight if I have to, but the Nova filter was installed. We have a problem with the VFD unit, so I'm getting prices on that. This is what it looks like. We'll try to get that taken care of this week and get the second unit up and running. So that's about it. I'll answer some questions, but other than that, I'm going to get out in the rain and try to take care of this problem.
Yeah, we don't want to take up your time any more than we have to if this is an emergency situation right now. But let's take a quick round. Kevin, any questions?
I'll keep it really quick. I just have a quick question regarding the wastewater treatment plant. The phosphorus discharge, the limit changing from 1 to that 0.5, and so you have to add additional chemical precipitant, if I'm saying that correctly. Is that an expensive chemical, or is there any downside to doing that? And just a real brief of
yeah,
why.
It's expensive. We got an exception to the $15,000 limit for us to purchase that on a regular basis, and that lasts a little over a month. So we may go up to $30,000 a month to try to get down to 0.5. I believe the reason it's going down to 0.5 milligrams per liter is we discharge eventually into the Lake Erie Basin, and they've had the problem with the algal blooms down there, so they're trying to keep the phosphorus lower there. So we have a couple months to try to figure out if we can get down there or how we need to get down there, but we've had that 1.0 limit for years and years and years. So we're gonna have to really try to get down to that prior to when our permit is issued.
All right, well, thank you. Sorry that that's another challenge put on your plate.
Another opportunity.
Another opportunity. All right, but
Good way to look at it.
I like that. Your glass is more than half full with the rain.
We won't say what it's full of, but yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for all your work and having to deal with the emergency situation or rain situation today.
All right, let's move on to Jack. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. Jim, any questions?
Kevin asked the main question I was going to ask, so thanks for giving us a very thorough answer there. I was just hoping you could give us an update, maybe you and Chief Hart, on has the dam been opened? Are we in the same situation with Curtis Park? What's going on there?
Yes, so we opened the dam up at about 1:15, 1:30 today. It's really a bear to open that. We opened both sides up, and then I went back and opened up more tonight just prior to this meeting. One of Chief Hart's officers helped me with that a little bit, and then I had a guy come in who's opened it up some more, an operator open it up some more. It's really high. We've got a lot of water going through there. We've got a lot of rain, and we're getting a lot of rain right now, so it's pretty severe. We've had about 4 million gallons go through the wastewater plant as we speak. So as you know, the design is 1.8 million gallons per day.
Yep.
And just to further that, as we've been progressing through the meeting, I've put out social media posts about Mill Pond and Curtis Park being closed. Jeff's crew has the barricades up. So we even put out a little video that Steve and Officer Gauthier took as they were opening up the dam, just to kind of show people the volume that's coming over at this point. And then we have obligations downstream with Monroe County and other communities to certainly let them know that we are increasing the flow of the river.
Great work, gentlemen. I'm going to leave you to get dealing with this emergent situation, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Been bouncing around here. The windows keep changing. So, Ms. Mitchell, please, if you have any questions.
I don't have any questions. I just want to thank Mr. Wygoski for his service, and Chief Hart, thank you as well. And I appreciate what you're doing tonight, and please stay safe.
Thank you.
Ms. Dillon?
Thank you. Mr. Wygoski, piggybacking on what Ms. Mitchell said, thank you very much. I live along the river, so I see how high it is right now and how fast it's pouring over that dam. And it's good to see that our parks are closed. One thing I will mention just in passing, it's something that I've talked about for a long time, is that I wish that the city would consider putting some sort of an arm at Curtis Park so the entrance could just be easily closed instead of having to deploy DPW to bring the barricades over there. I also think it would help in deter people from being there after hours. It wouldn't need to be a lock, just like I said, some sort of a swing arm, whether it open out or open up. So I hope that at some point in the future we can have a discussion about that. As far as wastewater, Mr. Wygoski, the only question I have for you right now, just very quickly, is has there been any progress on the flame igniter? Is it still causing issues and sounds?
I haven't heard any complaints, but it's been running somewhat. It's been running pretty well, but that company still won't come up from Illinois due to the COVID situation.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So we have had 3 local companies look at it, but they don't do that exact type of work.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. My only question, Steve, is, the pump that we keep talking about, is it because of the so significant amount of water tonight, or is it just not able to keep up with the amount of water coming in?
It's a bit of a mystery right now. So the only time it runs is during these events when the river's up. So we've had 3 of them since it's been installed. And the first one, it was locked up. The second one, it was found that it was wired to run in reverse by the pump company that inspected it. And this time I have a instrument technician here looking at it. He thinks it may be drawing more amps than the pump is rated at. So I'll have a better report after he's done. And the hard thing is we can't simulate this except under storm conditions, and under storm conditions it's always emergency. So you can't simulate it in dry weather. So we need to get this resolved. But it's been 2 different issues so far, and it's pumping at 100% and not keeping up. So I've talked to Brian Rubel a couple times during this. He's looking into some things on his end, and we'll get it straightened out. But it's very disturbing because we're almost backing up into our basement here, and it's unacceptable.
Great, thank you. Any other statements or anything? Chief, do you have anything else that you want to state for the night?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I was just preparing an email to send out to council. And my apologies. I gave erroneous information earlier when you asked me about staffing counts. Just because we've had so many different changes lately, I was able to walk over and map it out, and you were correct. So if we do add a deputy chief and then backfill the 2 open positions, I forgot about, I don't know how today, because she's such an energetic person. We swore in Morgan Seja today, phenomenal young lady, police officer. I hope to get her in front of council soon. But that was the missing person for me in my mind that got me to 15. So I'll save myself the email, but I do sincerely apologize. I was off by 1 count, and you were correct on that.
No, that's okay. I mean, there's a number of positions, and with the school officer position, we weren't sure, but that might be helpful as we discuss future concerns and things. Thank you. With that, I think the only thing left, Terry, is for me to read the proclamation.
That is correct.
All righty.
And then public comment.
And then public comments. Got it.
I'm sorry. Were we going to see if there were any follow-up questions on the capital improvement document?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Yep. The one item we talked about was capital improvement, but also moving forward on the water and sewer rates. I believe the statement on the water and sewer rates is what you want is to understand our action to move forward. Is that correct, Mickey Jo?
Yes.
All right. So I believe what we want to do is understand, based on our discussion tonight, we want to move forward with the FY21 rates as we proposed in terms of with or without bonding. And I believe the discussion was with bonding because it would significantly reduce the amount that we would be increasing from approximately $49 down to $7 or something like that, correct?
Correct.
Joanna?
Yes.
Joanne, I mean?
Correct. About $50 down to about $6.80. Yes.
Okay. So let me ask Mr. Camaro-Sulak, how do you feel?
I feel that that's the most prudent way to go. That's the last thing that our citizens need is a significant increase to, whether it's 35 to 50. I think we should go with the bonding option. I agree and support that.
Thank you. Jim, what is your feelings?
And we have to bond this. We can't levy that on our citizens right now.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mitchell?
Yes, agreed to what was said previously.
Okay. Mr. Seal?
Yes, I agree, bonding.
Okay. And Ms. Dillon?
Thank you. Yes, I would agree that the bonding would be the way to go. I guess I would ask Mickey Jo or Joanne, how does this impact what our current bond schedule is like? I mean, to add another bond to our load. Do we have anything that's going to offset it? Is there anything that's going to be coming off at any point during this?
Yeah, so we do have, I think Joanne mentioned it earlier, we do have a revenue bond that will be coming off in FY20. I don't have my book right handy with me. Is it FY21, Joanne?
Yeah, we've got, in the proposal for the rates, there is, a bonding for the water side of it. Their second DW RF bond is final this year, FY20. So they're going to be down a bond. And then in FY21, there's a bond that's shared with the streets, water and sewer, that'll have its final payment as well. So over this year and next year, we'll be down 2 bonds.
Okay.
And I did call up the debt schedule that we provide at the end of the year for the auditors and everything, and our debt limit at that point is like 39 million.
Okay.
That's available for us to fund, to bond for.
But to that point, revenue bonds are excluded from our debt limit.
Right.
Right.
So, well, thank you very much for that supplemental information. Mr. Gearby, yes, I think that bonding is the way to go.
Excellent. Does that give you the direction you need, Mickey Jo?
Yes, and so I think with that, we are ready to move ahead with the, to move ahead with the budget. We will submit the final capital improvement, all the plans for the street projects that are out for bid for this year too, for your review. And Joanne said she'd probably be able to get that to you guys for tomorrow afternoon.
Excellent. Okay. So before we go to open citizens' comments, let me move forward and read the Pride Month proclamation. Whereas Americans, it is our birthright that all people are created equal and deserve the same rights and opportunities. And whereas LGBTQ individuals have achieved success and prominence in their lives and have struggled for equal rights and for an end to prejudice and injustice to wherever they exist. And whereas LGBTQ Americans have enriched and strengthened our lives, have made immeasurable contributions to our communities, and whereas despite significant progress of the past few years, LGBTQ Americans still face discrimination simply for being who they are, and they remain excluded from both our state and federal state civil rights laws, necessitating the patchwork of remedial local action like the City of Saline's recently adopted non-discrimination ordinance. And whereas it is more important than ever to continue working to ensure that LGBTQ individuals may live productive and dignified lives free from discrimination, bullying, and violence because of their gender identity, gender expression, or sexual orientation. And whereas June is celebrated as Pride Month in the United States and around the world, and we recognize the LGBTQ community and the contributions these individuals make to our society. Now, therefore, the Saline City Council and the citizens of Saline hereby proclaim the month of June as Pride Month in the city of Saline, and hereby ask that we all observe this month by fighting prejudice and discrimination everywhere it exists.
I move to the resolution be adopted.
I believe we already did that, didn't we, Terry? As
Yes.
part of the consent agenda?
Yes, it's been adopted.
Yeah, this was just at Kristen's request. We're going to read it out, and I appreciate her making that request.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Does the city have any flags that they could fly for the month of June?
I don't believe so. I don't believe we have any rainbow flags for the city. I'd have to defer that to
We do not.
Terry. Yeah. Okay.
What if somebody were to donate or put up? How would that work if citizens wanted to put up the pride flags on city property?
I mean, don't we normally? Where would you indicate? I don't know, Terry. I'd have to ask you. I'm not sure. Maybe even Todd, how we would do that. Is it just a council resolution, or do we have a protocol on how we handle flags?
You would need to get with the city attorney, because then you fall into other issues of flags being flown for, there's other issues that, because we checked into this last year, and there was a lot more than just this month, that there's a lot of other people who want flags flown that you may not agree with, but then if you open it up to one, you have to open it up to everybody. So we encourage you to fly them on your own private property, but to put it into the city property, it opens us up for all kinds of different types of liability.
Okay, we certainly don't want to do that. I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. And I appreciate all your help tonight in getting everything to go forward and keeping me on track. Thank you all. Moving on to public comment now, if there's no other items. Under the Open Meetings Act, any citizen may come forward at this time and make comment or question to the City Council. The public comment period will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Anyone who would like to speak is requested but not required to state his or her name and address for the record. As we don't have the ability to turn on the Zoom for vocal responses, we will ask our city clerk to indicate if there's any emails or chat comments at this time that she can read into the record.
I do have one comment so far from Heidi McClellan, 208 West Henry Street. And she says, "Thank you for your time and attention to the budget process. I wanted to applaud Mickey Jo and Joanne for all their hard work as always. Their work is so appreciated by citizens. I think that prioritizing the safety of the public and being cautious about future budget concerns should be of top concern. I don't believe now is the time to create new positions, but to fill the existing vacancies using the talent we have in the existing city staff." And that's the only one I have received.
And I'm looking at chat. Is there anything in chat? Does not appear. There's one from Tran. Thanks, Carla. Any word on full? God. Thanks, Carla. Any word on full contact ball hockey reopening? Just kidding. So, and then from Kirsten Woodside to everyone, I appreciate it too. Thank you. Alrighty. With that, if there's no other business to come forward, our next upcoming meeting of City Council is June 1st with a work meeting at 6 o'clock. And then we'll be discussing the waste treatment siting study. And then a regular city council meeting at 7 p.m. And then June 15th, we'll have a regular city council meeting at 7 p.m. And I don't believe we anticipate any additional budget meeting before June 1st, correct, Mickey Jo?
Correct. Unless there is any, yeah, right. Yes, Calvin, I seen that.
Unless anything comes from the state or something, but at this point, I think we're pretty well wrapped up at this point.
I believe we are. Like I said, there might be some questions that stem out of that capital improvement plans, but all the numbers that we're going to be focused on for this budget that we're going to be having the public hearing on June 1st have been discussed and are in that very first column. It's just like the budget. It's a living, breathing document. So the future years, we can change as we go forward as council has discussions on wastewater treatment and other things like that. So I believe, and thank you all for your time. I think we're done with budgets.
No, well, I think they have to pass a resolution to adopt the sewer rates, the water and sewer rates.
Right, but no budget meetings.
No.
Right, we'll be doing all those at their next June 1st meeting.
Okay.
Exactly, perfect. Alrighty, y'all, with that, I appreciate everybody's length tonight. We had a long but fruitful meeting, I believe. So if Mr. Seal, would you make the motion to adjourn at 10:34 p.m.?
Be happy to.
And Ms. Dillon, would you second that, please?
Absolutely.
And with that, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. With that, the meeting is adjourned. I appreciate everyone tonight. Have a good night. Stay dry.